Holly Herrera, and I'm the board administrator for today's board meeting, Thursday, December 7th, 2023. If you are logged into Teams in person, please mute your laptops to prevent feedback and echo. This meeting is being recorded. Madam Chair Stevens, we are ready to begin.
Holly, I will call this meeting to order and introductions, I guess, Holly. Is that what we're supposed to do next, or are we going to go right to roll call?
We can do roll call.
Roll call, okay.
Sarah Lucas should be in. She sent an email saying that she's going to show up a little late. So we begin with Catherine Stevens.
Present.
All right. And Steve Nagy.
Present.
Bill. Rob. Let's see. Jeff Pritchard. Jeff Pritchard also said for the record that he'll be showing up late or leaving early. Jim Knight.
Present.
Okay, and let's see, we are at quorum and roll call complete.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Next on our agenda is approving the consent agenda. So this is approval of prior meeting minutes, the approval of October 4th, 2023, the prior work session minutes, approval of October 5th, 2023, prior board meeting minutes, approval of November 2nd, 2023, work session minutes. So I just need a motion to approve the minutes from October 4th planning session, October 5th board meeting, and November 2nd work session 2023 as presented. Yes.
So.
Sorry, second.
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the consent agenda passes. All right, and then we are on to public comment. Holly, do we have any people who signed up for public comment today?
We have one guest in the room for one from the public. Do you have a public comment you'd like to make? Okay. So are there any elected officials here who would like to address the board? Okay. And for the record, for public comments, please give your full name, city of residence, and affiliation, if any, and then you'll have 2 minutes to address the board. Let's see. For second, we don't have any emails or phone calls that were made for public testimony. And there's nobody on the sign-in sheet for public testimony today. Is there anybody listening in? Please use your raise hand function or send in the chat if you'd like to make a public comment. So far, it only looks like. Doesn't look like anybody here. So.
All right, very good.
And then, was there anybody else in the room that would like to address the board before we end public comment? Okay, so no further public comments. We have come to the end of public testimony. The chat function, microphone, camera abilities are now disabled to the public.
Okay, thank you, Holly. So we will move on to our next agenda item, which is informational. It's the Oregon Government Ethics Commission gifts presentation. And I believe we have a guest speaker, Charlie Esparza.
Charlie on. Okay, just a moment here while I make the presenter. Hi, Charlie. You can unmute and share your screen.
Hey, how's it going? How are y'all today?
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. Let's see. Let me get loaded up here and tell me if y'all can see this, if it looks all right. This is anytime you give a live presentation, it's always that moment of, can you see my screen?
Oh.
Does it look right? That's that. I think I did that last time. I do this every presentation. Like, can y'all see what I see? So let's see here. Hang on. Not yet.
Almost there.
Almost there.
Almost there, almost there. You got it. Right on. Hang on. All right, hang on. Let me get where I'm going. Let's see.
Carly, would you like me to pull up your presentation? I could share it.
Hang on. I'm getting the spinning wheel for share. So
The wonderful world of Microsoft. It's just so nice being present with everyone.
While you're getting that up, should we move on to the action item?
Game show host. Exactly. Oh. Yeah. Gone. That'll be Alex's. And Andrea, right? With core grants, the who gets the number? Yeah.
2 slides.
The gong. No soup for you. Gone.
back. How are y'all?
There
Again.
you are. There you are.
Okay, let's see. Let's go ahead and go here. Let's go ahead and go here.
There we go. So that spray bottle in the back of the room, is that if somebody violates ethics rules, it goes squirt, squirt, squirt?
Wait, say that again? Hang on.
The spray bottle in the back of you is after when somebody violates the ethics rule, you spray them?
Yeah, we're kind of like cats over here. If you spray us with water, we behave after we run out of the room.
Go
So
to
can y'all
display
see this?
settings. Go to display settings and swap your displays. Under display settings, we're seeing the presenter screen.
Let's see. I can do it without the presenter screen. So let's do this. How about that?
And
How's
there
that
you
look?
go. Got it.
Yes.
Perfect. All right.
Okay, so good morning. Thanks for inviting me to y'all's meeting today. I hope y'all had a great holiday. I know we're moving into another holiday. I know things are pretty hectic. And I know y'all had questions about gifts last time I've met with y'all. So hang on to all your gift questions because I always do this for every gift presentation is that even though gift sounds pretty easy, it gets very complex very, very fast. So bear with me as we go through the presentation. If you feel like there's something pressing you have to ask, then jump in and do it. But try and keep it at a minimum. And I'm going to try and answer all the questions at the very end because gifts is a question that we get a lot of. We get a lot of questions sent via email. We give out a lot of advice on gifts. So again, as easy as we think gifts may be, it gets very complex very, very fast. So that being said, let's go ahead and dive into this. Hopefully I don't have too many hiccups along the way, but your role as a public official, and you guys already know this, but your role as a public official is one of a public trust. And so one way to safeguard that public trust is following the statutes that are in ORS 244. And ultimately, it's our responsibility as public officials to follow those statutes and make sure we're in compliance. So this is the precursor, the fine notes before every presentation. Today is just a review. So it's just going to be a broad overview of the statutes that we're going to talk about that are related to gifts. So we're not going to get into all the specific details in the specific statutes. Anytime we get into the specific statutes, I always say shoot us an email, shoot us a message, and we'll go over that with you. That being said, today, this is not legal advice. It's a training. So the idea here is that we walk away with just kind of a good solid base of knowledge. Again, with us, if you ever have questions or concerns, and we get a lot of them, do not hesitate to reach out to us. I know that, the hearing from the ethics, it can sound kind of daunting to reach out to us because you think you may be stepping in a trap. It's not that way at all. The way we look at it is I'm trying to change this around and look at it from an angle of we're a resource. So use us, reach out to us, talk to us. You have questions, concerns, do not hesitate to shoot us an email, pick up the phone. You may even get me on the other line. And if it's me, I'll probably be like, wow, that's really complex. Let me put you on hold and get you someone that can handle that. But most of the time I do pretty good. So, and I'll give you all my contact information at the very end. But ORS 244 covers the big ones. It covers use of office, conflicts of interest, nepotism, gifts, and statements of economic interest. I think we covered use of office and conflicts of interest last time. Today, it's all about gifts. And again, like last time, I probably told y'all that gifts is a standalone presentation all on its own. So, so I know you'll have tons of questions. And this is typically where we would do a polling if you're doing an online Zoom. But we're going to hit all those questions towards the end. And I'm going to throw some scenarios at you and see how y'all do. No grade. You don't have to chime in. Just, get a feel for the room. But hopefully after this presentation, you'll nail it. So, and like all trainings, when it comes to this, we start off with definitions because we're going to see these terms come up time and time again. And y'all have already seen some of these. So the first one's going to be a public official. And a public official is anyone who serves a public body in the state of Oregon. So that means that counts state officials, county officials, city officials, folks that represent special districts, fire districts, school districts, things like that. And I want to make a note that this is regardless of whether you're paid or unpaid or in a non-compensated role. And so when I hear non-compensated role, my first thought is who's out there working for free? It's not that. It's the folks that are like volunteers. So like volunteer firefighters, folks that volunteer for the library, or maybe they volunteer for the parks. So even though they're not employed, they still serve that public body. So that still makes them fall under the title or definition of a public official, which means they have to follow the statutes in ORS 244. Okay, so let's keep going. All right, next one's going to be relatives. And so we all know who our relatives are, but in the statutes, it defines it a little bit tighter. So a relative by the statute's definition is your spouse, your children, your stepchildren, your daughter-in-laws, your sons-in-laws, your parents, your step-parents, your siblings, your step-siblings, and your spouse's family. So there's three more I need to add to this list. Okay, so the next one that's not in this list, but it's on the list in the statutes is anyone you have a support obligation to is a relative. Anyone that's receiving benefits of your employment is a relative. Okay? And anyone that you're receiving benefits from their employment is a relative. Okay, so we have these folks here and then the three. So you probably look at this and thinking, well, wait a minute, there's some folks missing. There is some folks missing. Grandma, grandpa are missing. Your cousins are missing. So your nieces and nephews are missing from this list. So when we talk about relatives, it's this and then the three I gave you. So that's right. Those other folks are missing from this list. So that's a curveball when we start getting into the other statutes. But let's keep going. So any household member, this is any person who lives in your home. Okay, so at this point it could be a significant other, it could be a roommate, it could be a best friend, it could be a cousin or an uncle or an aunt that's staying with you. Anyone who lives under your roof is a household member. All right, next one is what is a gift? So now we're kind of getting into the heart of things here. So we all know what a gift is. Okay, so when we get something in the mail, for a buy one get one free cup of coffee somewhere, and it's being sent out all over the city, that's not a gift, right? Because that's something that's offered to everyone. But if the manager of that coffee shop came up to us and said, "Hey, Charlie, you're kind of a weird guy, and you know what? I celebrate your weirdness, and we're going to give you a cup of coffee." Well, that changes things. So that would be a gift. Okay, so that's on the surface, but the way we define it is this. So a gift is something of economic value, something that's given to you without equivalent payment. And it's given to a public official, a relative, or a household member. So we're seeing those definitions there, right? The public official, relative, or household member. And it's not offered to others on the same terms and conditions. So that's kind of the core there. We're going to see these come up time and time again when it comes to when someone gives us something. This is always what we're going to bounce back to when someone gives us something. And so hang on to that. You're going to see it again. All right. So what is not a gift? So you heard me talk about that mailer, right? If you get a coupon in the mail for buy one, get one free, or a discount on something and it's being sent out to everyone, that's not really a gift, right? So the idea here is if it's available to the public on the same terms and conditions, then it's not a gift. Okay. So an example of this would be, I gave you one with the coupon in the mail, but let's just say, for example, you go to an event or a conference somewhere, and let's just say it's a gardening conference, and anyone from the public can go in. And as you walk in, they're giving away a swag bag, and we all know what's in swag bags, right? Usually sunglasses and a notepad and a pencil and some kind of keychain that lights up, right? So the idea here, if it's available to the public, it's not a gift, okay? All right, so what else is not a gift? So we're going to see these pop up again as we move through here, but your official compensation package is not a gift, okay? So your salary, your 401k, your health benefits are not a gift. Reimbursements, and these are reimbursements that your public body has agreed to reimburse you for, okay? So that would be like, for example, you travel for your department or your public body, and you're allowed a per diem, you spent your money on it, and you're allowed to seek reimbursement for that. Or maybe you're allowed to seek reimbursement for a conference that you were attending as a public official representing your public body, but you did have to pay out of pocket at first. As long as your public body's agreed to reimburse those expenses, then those are not gifts as well. Honorarium, and honorarium is something that, as a public official, you provide a service, and in return, they give you something like a plaque or a certificate, or maybe a gift card, something like that. Maybe you were invited to give a speech or a presentation, and afterwards, they gave you a gift card for, I don't know, Starbucks or something like that. And that would fall under honorarium. Just want to make sure that if you do accept something like that, you keep it under $50. Then professional achievement awards, those are also not gifts. And this is not an appreciation award. This is one that's acknowledging your role as a professional in your field. So this would be like Teacher of the Year award, or maybe Trainer of the Year award, right? So I don't think that exists, but I'm all about it if they happen. So and then another one is the legal expense trust fund. We don't see too many of these. This is something that's set up through us. And that's basically a trust fund that's set up for public officials to help pay for any legal expenses they may incur while acting in their role as a public official. It's complicated, it's complex. It is set up through us. I think there's one person that has that set up with us, and it's not even active. So that tells you how popular that thing is. But that's out there. All right. So I kind of got some definitions out of the way and kind of laid some groundwork as we slide into the actual heart of this presentation. So anytime anyone offers you a gift, so you have to sit back and ask yourself, who is the source of the gift? And we already know what a gift is, right? A gift is something of economic value. You didn't make equivalent payment for it. It's offered to you, your relative, or a member of your household, and it's not offered to the public on the same terms and conditions. So that's the definition of a gift. So if someone is offering you a gift as a public official, you need to know who the source is. You also need to know if they have a legislative or administrative interest that is distinct from the general public. And basically, that's a long-winded way of saying, do they have an interest in your actions as a public official, as far as you making a vote, a recommendation, or some type of decision that would affect them economically? And the next one is, what is the value of the gift? Okay, so anytime you're offered a gift, this is where we're going to go. Okay, so we're going to cover these a little bit more in depth in these next couple slides. So the gift source is the ultimate payer of the expense. Okay, so what does that mean? So I had one just recently where it was a a nonprofit was buying gift cards for a public body, and they were going to give the gift cards to the public body, and the public body was going to give them out to employees. And who's the ultimate source of the gift? It's going to be that nonprofit, okay, because they're the ones that were purchasing those gift cards. If you go to a conference and there's a prize and you win the prize is always going to be paid. Whoever paid for that prize is the ultimate payer of that expense. That is the gift source. So unfortunately, it's our responsibility as a public official to find out who the ultimate payer of that expense is, who is the source of the gift. Okay. And there's a reason for that, because we need to know who the source of the gift is, because we need to know if they have a legislative or administrative interest in the decisions we make as a public official. All right, which is the next slide. And we kind of joke because we see these folks on the screen, and my first thoughts is this is obviously a post-punk German industrial electronic band that offered their stock photo, and I'm kind of like, it's kind of weird, but I'm okay with it. So, but the idea here is, when someone has a legislative or administrative interest, do they have an economic interest in the decisions we make as a public official? Meaning that the decisions we make is going to affect them economically. And that effect's going to be coming from our actions. Again, our votes, our recommendations, our approvals. In the statute, it always says actions, and it kind of follows up with those other things. But the idea here is you, in your role as a public official, and this is important on this part, because this reminds me, in your role as a public official, all of us have different parts to play in all this. And some of us have that decision-making power, and some of us don't. So if you're one of those that has the ability to make decisions that's going to affect certain individuals or certain businesses, then this is something that you need to be aware of at this point. And of course, that decision or action or recommendation that you make is going to affect them differently than those of the general public. So this is another big part of the gifts presentation. All right, and so there's limits. So if you are in that position where you can make a decision or take an action that's going to affect a person or a business with a legislative or administrative interest, then at that point, you must not exceed $50 from a single source in a calendar year. That's from January to December. So yeah, you can accept the gift, but the idea here is that it cannot exceed $50. So let me throw this at you. You can unmute if you're muted, or shoot it in the chat. But what if you don't have what if you're not in a position to make any that's going to affect them anyway in the decisions you make? So let's just say, that's kind of a long-winded way of saying, what if you're not in a role that makes decisions that's going to affect that individual? So what's the limit on gifts then? Y'all guess? Just throw it out.
The same?
Yeah, close. I like where you're going with this. And it's not $60. It's actually unlimited. So if they have no interest in you in your role as a public official, no legislative or administrative interest, then you're not bound by that $50. So that's just to, again, make things a little more confusing on the gift side. So let's keep. Yeah, go ahead.
Question for you. So
Yeah.
that is the key piece in all this discussion, right? So it's a legislative or administrative interest. So I mean, Steve, you asked that question about the store passes, right? Mm-hmm. Adidas or Columbia really doesn't have an administrative interest in the workings of the Port of Portland. So I think that's where that doesn't click that box. So it'd be fine. Same with the AT&T scenario that I talked about. They don't have an administrative or legislative interest, so that's fine. So that's actually great to know. So thank you.
Yeah, so in those scenarios, though, if there's someone that has that ability to either, award Columbia, a contract to supply jackets for the water department, then
that makes sense.
That person may have to step back for a moment and go, wait a minute, Columbia is offering me this jacket, and I'm kind of responsible for, uniforms and purchasing, those individuals have to step back and think about things for a moment. And the same for those folks that are responsible for, you know, uh, possibly looking at a new vendor for cell phones. And so if they're accepting something from AT&T or Verizon, they may have to step back for a moment and go, well, wait a minute, I review contracts, every year, and I'm getting all these gifts from these folks. So they may have to stop and think about those things. But just to kind of throw that at you, okay? Does that help you at all?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So let's talk about gifts in the office. So uh, in the office, how it works is uh, us kind of down here. I kind of over exaggerate things, but as a trainer over here, I'm one small piece of the puzzle here at the Ethics Commission, and I'm kind of on the bottom rung here. So uh, the gift provisions in this scenario, if I'm giving out a gift, if I'm giving out a gift to my coworkers, it's no big deal, right? I can buy donuts and coffees for my coworkers all day long. But if I come in every day and offer our director donuts and coffee every single morning, uh, the gift provisions would apply to our director. Okay, because guess what? I have a legislative or administrative interest in decisions my director would make as far as giving me a promotion or a possible increase in salary or maybe some time off. So it would be up to our director or my director to say, hang on a minute, man, Charlie's showering me with all these donuts and coffees, and we, getting close to that $50 limit. I'm to tell him no. So just kind of keep in mind that the gift provisions apply when you're going up, because employees always have, at least I shouldn't say always have, but they do have somewhat of an interest in the decisions that our directors make. Okay, so that being said, let's switch it around a bit. Again, our director has a legislative administrative. We have a legislative administrative interest in our director, but our director has no legislative or administrative interest in us down here on the bottom. Okay, why is that? I can't give my director, a promotion or a salary increase or time off. So that being said, if there's any directors in the room, you can shower your employees with gifts all day long, donuts and coffee every day, and we would be able to accept those without limitations at all. So that kind of ties in that. Yeah.
So what happens if my staff loves me so much and they decide to throw in $40 a piece and all 15 of them do it?
Okay. So I like where you went with this. So here's where, if you're a director and you're awesome and you're being showered with gifts, then you would have to sit back and make sure that you tally up that you don't accept more than $50 from each individual. So that's how that works. So yeah, you may want to send a memo out. Go ahead and bring that up to $59 or $49, and we should be good to go. So but on a serious note, like last Christmas, we haven't talked about it this year, but we all pulled in our money for a gift for our director. So at the time, I think we put in $15, not $50, but $15 a piece, and we bought him something large. And so we kept a record of all that so that if there any questions were ever raised, we'd have documentation for that. But that's how that works. Everybody with me so far?
Yep.
All right. So just remember, the gift provisions apply when they're going up, not so much when it's they don't apply when you're going down or when we're on equal footing. Okay, so now these questions I'm going to throw at you, these are just kind of like scenarios, just kind of think in your head, okay? And they can be a little bit vague, and the idea here is to get you kind of thinking. So here's one in front of you. A phone company has offered city employees a discounted rate on their cell phone plans. So the idea here is, how would you determine if it's a gift? Okay, so we're not there whether or not you can accept it. The idea here is this a gift? So throw some scenarios at me. We have to determine if this is a gift. So if you remember, I threw 3 of them out there at you. So can you throw one or two at me?
It is because the reason why is that the phone company has an interest in you getting a contract with it. But the question then becomes, what happens if this program is offered to all government employees across all the states, right?
Yeah.
But it's generally not available to the public, but that changes that dynamic. Any government employee across the US, does that change that conversation as well?
Yeah. So remember, before we can accept a gift, we have to kind of figure a few things out, right? And so one of those things, and you kind of mentioned it. So, is this discounted rate, is it only available to public officials, or is this something that's offered to everyone who asks about a cell phone plan? Okay, so let's just say yeah, it's offered to city employees, but it's also offered to county employees, and it's also we also offer it to emergency responders. We also offer it to and when I say emergency responders, remember you kind of open that up to the public a little bit. Or is it being offered to? Trying to think of another. Is it being offered to grocery stores that sell products during emergency operations, so or emergency situations? So you kind of see if it opens up to other folks, then it's no longer a gift. But if they're only offering it to city employees at this time and no one else, it's just being offered to city employees or county employees, or it's specifically being offered to your public body only, then you'll have to sit back and really think about the other parts of this equation, which is, can you accept it? So this is just kind of, all this is trying to get your kind of your gears kind of turning in your head. All right, so here's another scenario. Local sports team is offering discounted tickets to a game for only county employees. So would accepting this offer be a violation of Oregon government ethics law? So what do y'all think about this scenario?
Yes.
Yes.
Depends on how much that discount is.
What's the discount value?
Yeah, and so you're hitting it, right? So you already know it's the local sports team, right? So we already know whoever that is, right? And it's only being offered to county employees. So it's really going to depend on who you are as a public official as far as accepting these tickets, right? Because let's say you're part of a, and I don't know every single public official role, but let's just say you're part of a group on the county that's looking at possibly getting an arena put in your county. So if you're accepting tickets from this local sports team that's wanting to build this new arena or field or park or ballpark or whatever, and you're on that board that's going to decide it or not, you really have to step back for a moment and think about this, right? So yeah, your next question is, well, how much are these tickets and how much is the discount? Because I can only accept up to $50 because I'm on the planning commission that may approve or disapprove your plans for a new sports arena, right? But if you're on the other side of things, you're over here at let's just say, for example, you're part of maintenance in the county, and so you're doing road maintenance at the county, and they offer you those tickets. Well, if you're that individual, you're probably not going to have any part in whether or not this sports team has submitted plans to the county for a new field. So at that point, you'd be able to accept these tickets without any. They have no legislative or administrative interest in you, so you'd be able to accept those tickets regardless of the cost. Okay, so everybody with me so far? Yeah, I've lost you. So
Charlie, I have a question for you on
Sure.
that. And this may be specific to my organization, but I thought that there was a special provision in this law that sporting tickets were not considered a gift, that you should not be taking those in any circumstance. So my example is, I sometimes entertain people by taking them to a Ducks football game, but I have to pay for my ticket personally.
Okay. So that's a good question, because I'm kind of like, okay, so it's you, the public official, buying the gifts for someone else, right? Is that
No, so it's actually, it's the university sponsoring guests to come in to a game, but I have to pay my own way. But the
okay?
guests not.
Okay. So it sounds like that may be an internal policy with your agency. And so just heads up, if you have an internal policy within your public body that's more strict, then you follow that.
Yeah.
Okay. So, for example, it's probably a no-brainer on this side, but here at the Ethics Commission, we don't accept any gifts at all. None whatsoever. Honoraria, no. If there was a professional achievement award, we probably have to sit back and talk about some things. But we probably just politely pass on it. So, which makes me think about not submitting that Nobel Prize thing that I submitted earlier. But we'll see what happens. I'm kidding, by the way. So these scenarios I'm giving you again are designed to make you think a little bit.
So Charlie?
Yeah.
So your last question, when you first asked the question, on the face of it, it seemed like that is not a big deal.
Yeah.
But when you said that the sports team is considering or working towards building a new stadium,
yeah,
that changes the scenario.
Yeah.
But then you threw me off a little bit when said, but a person working in the janitorial maintenance department really has no effect or input. So that person, so what you're kind of saying is, well, depends upon your job description and responsibilities within the organization and your ability, to influence. But
absolutely.
That janitor could influence a coworker who has the ability to. Maybe his next door neighbor is somebody that's higher up the food chain, and so I guess that the bottom line is it does depend, but the safest answer would be to say it's a little shaky. I'm going to say no.
Yeah, the idea here is you're right in that, like as people in the world, and we're all kind of connected in different ways, right? And so yeah, I could get these tickets and give them to my neighbor, and my neighbor, like I could talk. I shouldn't be giving tickets to my neighbor, but because let's just say my neighbor isn't a public official. I give them tickets, and they're kind of like, hey, well, my best friend is on the planning committee for the county. Okay, so that's kind of reaching a bit, and that can happen. But with the statutes, it's specific with, am I in a role in my duties as a public official to make decisions that will affect the source of this gift, meaning do they have a legislative or administrative interest in the decisions I make as a public official? And so that's how we pin that down.
That's exactly what I wanted to drill in a little bit with you, is that who has the responsibility for making that determination of whether or not the gift giver has a legislative or administrative interest.
Okay.
There's situations I could easily say that. How would I know whether or not that gift giver? So whose responsibilities is? I'm guessing it's not the person giving the gift. It must be the person receiving the gift. He said, "Well, hang on a second. Let me ask you a few questions about, who are you and what do you do and what's your interest in our organization?" Is that kind of what we're trying to lead us to?
Yes, so it's our responsibility as the receiver of the gift to know who the source is, or try to find out who the source of the gift is. So I like to throw this example out because in the past I was an inspector. And so and I'm going to throw out a scenario. This is a real life scenario. So the names and places have been changed to protect the innocent. So I was an inspector and I took over a district from another person. And that person told me, hey, anytime you get hungry for lunch or just want to go out for lunch, or you forgot to bring a lunch, go to the supplier. They will buy you lunch every day of the week. And that supplier is someone who I inspect. So you've already kind of feel the knot in your stomach, right? You're kind of like, I don't know. This sounds kind of. So if you think about it for a sec, if that supplier is buying me a lunch, an inspector, they have a legislative or administrative interest in the decisions I make as an inspector, because I could pass or fail their installations. And so, of course, that passing or failing of that installation is going to affect them financially, possibly. So, and the supplier kind of knows this when they're buying me lunch. I mean, it may not be said out loud, but it's kind of like, hey, if I take Charlie to lunch every now and then and buy him a cheeseburger, he may go a little easy on me on some of these inspections. And instead of writing it up, he may just give me a phone call and tell me I need to fix it instead of making it official with the write-up. So you can kind of see in that scenario, by Oregon standards, they could buy me lunch, but I'd have to make sure that we don't cross that $50 threshold. So, but just the person I am, I never took up that offer for those lunches just because it's just how I'm kind of wired. And I got bigger things. When I was an inspector, I had a day ahead of me, and stopping for, an hour lunch or an hour and a half lunch kind of slowed my day down quite a bit. And so I didn't really ever do that. But, I was offered ball caps and Yeti mugs and things like that. And I just, me myself, didn't really feel good taking those things. So I denied them. But as an inspector in that role, yeah, I totally had the responsibilities of my role to make decisions that were going to affect those people financially. So does that help at all?
I got two questions around that. I mean, I guess how does the $50 work into that? So using the lunch example, maybe that lunch only costs that supplier $2, but to the public it's $5 that they were paying for it. So I mean, I guess where is the differential between they're offering it to somebody at their cost of $2, and then along with that too, is that $50 pre-sales tax? So if we go to a state with sales tax, is that tax included?
Okay. Wow. You. I don't think we would go that far. If there was a complaint, I don't think we would look at that. But good question. You know what? That's a follow-up, because I don't think that's ever been. Yeah, because I was like, a $2 lunch. I was like, man,
That would be nice.
I'm just thinking of it as the cost. I mean, maybe it really cost them $2, but just as an example, if it only cost them $2 at a fast food place to, provide you with their dollar menu burger, that's a lot of visits to get up to $50.
Yeah.
Charlie, and another weird question for you, but we have gift exchanges once in a while. And say, for example, Alex really loves me a lot and just says, okay, dude, I'm going to give you a $100 bottle of bourbon for the holiday. So I said, okay, dude, that's awesome. And I buy him a $120 bottle of bourbon.
Okay. So.
You're both in trouble.
Yeah.
No.
You brought up bourbon, didn't you? You had to go there. Okay, so here's the deal. So when you really have to look at your role as a public official and the decisions you would make. And so if you're on equal footing and you have no legislative or administrative interest in decisions, in either of y'all's decisions that would affect you. Okay, so then technically, yes, you could. I would tell you this, it would raise some eyebrows. So, but if there's no legislative or administrative interest in decisions you two make that would affect each other, then that $50 limit would not come into play. But
So they don't offset each other.
Yeah, they don't offset each other, but
Interesting.
it would raise some eyebrows, and if a complaint was made, we would probably look at it and start asking a lot of questions as to, each of your roles and how that would affect each other's, if there is a legislative or administrative interest there. So that would be looked at.
That's an interesting.
Right, if you were peer to peer,
Yeah.
peer to peer,
Yeah.
if Tony and Alex did that, it'd probably be not a problem. If you and Alex did that, it'd be a problem. Because there's a difference there.
Yeah, we can't give you bourbon, but you can definitely give us bourbon.
Right. Exactly.
Even though I give you a higher price bourbon back.
You guys, y'all are making me incredibly nervous with all this bourbon talk.
I wonder why.
Can we bring it back to like cheeseburgers and
I have a request, no more bourbon talk also.
I'm kind of on the over here on I don't know how it's going on over there, but over here a cheeseburger starts at $15 and you throw fries on top of that and a Coke, you're looking at $25. So the bourbon talk, I'm kind of like, God, is like no, they didn't go there. But
okay, then $100 cheeseburger. How's that?
Okay, all right. That would be all right. Again, that legislative or administrative interest, that's where that limit comes into play. Okay, let's keep rolling. So there are some gift exceptions. So, and what we just talked about is going to be in here. Okay, so these are gifts that you can accept without limit all day long. Okay, so the first one's going to be gifts from relatives. Okay, so Christmas time, birthdays, the holidays, weddings, gifts from relatives all day long, that's allowed. No one's ever going to call you out for accepting a gift from your dad that was over $50. All right, next one's going to be an unsolicited token or award. So this is one that, again, is going to be, an award that is acknowledging your role as a professional. This is unsolicited. Maybe it's an award for just being an outstanding citizen in your county or in your city. The idea here, though, is that when accepting these types of gifts, you want to make sure that that whatever the value of the item is, if it's engraved or if it's something of gold, or maybe it's a crystal vase, that if it's over that $50 limit, you have to give that part back. Okay. Now, if it's something that's you're unsure, like maybe it's a plaque or maybe it's a nice frame certificate. The idea here is if your name is on it, then typically it doesn't have a resale value of more than $25, then you can accept it. Okay, so those are exceptions as well. Just heads up, anytime you're giving something like this, just take a moment and shoot us a message. That's always my suggestion for everything. Next one's going to be any type of informational material, program material, publications, or subscriptions. And these would be that are tied to your role as a public official. So, if you're part of the planning board or an engineer and you're getting publications or subscriptions from engineering publications, then those things would be allowed. Those are not considered gifts. Continuing education. So this would be, again, continuing education, this would be tied to your role as a professional. So this is any type of continuing education or training that's required to keep your license or certificate valid. This is not considered a gift. The next one's going to be food and beverage. And so this is when you as a public official are representing your public body, and you're attending this event, and the public's invited as well. And the main role for you to be there is to represent your public body. And along with the admission, there's a timeout to eat a meal. So this would be allowed as well. And this is typically an event that invitations were sent out. There's a program. Again, the public's invited. Part of this, you're not there for the meal. This is just part of the presentation. This would be allowed. And kind of following up with that, incidental food or beverage or incidental entertainment. Again, let's just say you're going to a meeting and you show up and there happens to be bagels and donuts and coffee. Again, incidental. If it's something larger, you're at a conference or and there's a cover band or a magician or a palm reader or something like that, that's considered incidental entertainment. That's allowed.
Charlie,
I know palm reader. I don't know where I got palm reader. I just pulled that one out. So the other one's going to be ceremonial entertainment, and this would be something like you're at a ribbon cutting ceremony, or maybe you're part of a parade, something like that. Again, you are representing your public body as a public official, and part of this ceremonial entertainment, again, maybe there's donuts, maybe there's lunch. This would be this would be considered not a gift.
Charlie?
Yeah.
Can you back up a couple of slides? Sorry.
Yeah.
The one right before this one. So say, to use Catherine's analogy, you're invited not to a sporting event, a professional event, I don't know, basketball, football, soccer, and you are representing your agency, and you are invited to a very specific part of that. Say there's a reception or whatever. Is that then outside of that? Is that, what I'm saying? Like, say there's a skybox reception or something like that, and you're very clearly representing your board or agency that you're on. Does that fall under this, or is that different?
That's different. So this is more like, let's say, and I'm just going to pull something out real quick. So let's just say, for example, you're at a conference for public speakers, and so public speakers being in the public sector, the private sector, everyone there is a public speaker. They're speaking on behalf of their agencies or on behalf of their corporations, and you're there to kind of learn the newest strategies or newest techniques in public speaking. And by the way, at 12 o'clock, we're going to be serving a salmon lunch with a salad and a wedge of lime and a single fork. So that's where this would come into play. Does that help you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So just heads up, when you start getting into golfing trips and being invited to a sporting event, you're really starting to lean hard on that gift part of things. So which happens. People ask, hey, I'm part of this golf tournament. I'm representing my public body, but I'm also playing part in this golfing tournament. Well, my first question is, well, who's supplying this? Are you paying to be in this golfing tournament? Who's providing this for you? Is it a gift? So that's where the questions start coming into play. This is one where you're, again, attending some type of meeting or conference, and it's very broad. And by the way, lunch is being served.
Got it.
Is that?
Yep.
All right,
Totally
cool.
clear.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Yeah. And again, we say this every time. Gifts, when we get questions here, we're like, gifts are so easy. But the answer is, the question of a gift is easy. The answer is never easy. So
Yeah, Charlie, just to go back on my, the gift exchange, idea. I'm trying to wrap my head around it because, for example, Alex buys me that $100 cheeseburger. That would be definitely a gift. And you said if it'd be problematic if I gave him in the gift exchange at $150 cheeseburger. But the issue that I see with that analysis is that if, for example, that $100 cheeseburger is given to me, and then I give him $150 in cash, that stops being a gift. So in essence, it's almost a similar situation, but at the same time, it almost seems like from an ethics point of view, there's problem with one scenario, but there isn't with the other side.
Yeah. So here's, and I may have mentioned this in the last presentation, but the core of all this is always going to be, and this is what we say here in the office is when it's a gift or conflict of interest or use of office, it's always financial gain. So, and then where's that financial gain coming from and where is it going?
Yeah.
And so, if let's be honest, if everyone's buying each other $100 and $150 cheeseburgers and stuff, that's going to raise some eyebrows. I mean, that's that's something that it may not be a violation, but it looks weird. So,
Okay.
And those are things that you may want to sit down and shoot us an email and go, hey, here's the deal. This is where we're at in our office, and this is how we kind of do things. Would I be in violation? And of course, when I start wrapping this up, this is when you start asking us these things and asking for advice, we send you an email saying, here's the provisions, and if you follow these steps, it either would or would not be a problem. And so you would have that in your back pocket as advice. Of course, you have to follow it, but that's always kind of a safe thing to have. So, and we get these questions all the time. So gifts is never easy. We get the one that comes to mind is, there was a public official who owns a wine store. And he was kind of like, hey, can I offer my employees discounted wine? And it was kind of like, well, it got very kind of convoluted. I can't remember what the answer was right off top, but it was one of those where it got very complicated very fast. So, and if you go into our website and search in our advice, you'll probably find it in there somewhere. But gifts is not easy. It's never easy. So anytime you get gifts, you're kind of like, okay, what's going on here? So, but let me keep us back on track here. So let's get back into this. So another one that's not considered a gift is travel expenses paid by another public official. And so the way this looks is, for example, let's say I'm going to a conference in Portland. I'm in Salem. I'm going to Portland, and the agency next door to us is going as well, and they want to ride with me. And I'm going to go down to Fleet. I'm going to get a Fleet vehicle, and can they ride with me? Absolutely, that's allowed. Okay, they're participating in official capacity. The event is related to both our agencies. As long as they're within Oregon, that's fine. We can do that. That's not considered a gift. All right, so here's another big one we get, and this is food, lodging, and travel that's paid by another entity. Okay, so this is not food, lodging, and travel that's paid by your public body. So, for example, at the Ethics Commission, I will travel from time to time and give a presentation. The hotel is booked through the Ethics Commission. It's paid for with an Ethics Commission credit card. And then I turn in my receipts for my meals, and that's reimbursed to me. That's not what this is, okay? This is when another entity is paying for your food, lodging, and travel. So this is going to be when another public body, another government entity is paying for your food, lodging, travel. A Native American tribe is paying for your food, lodging, and travel. A membership organization is paying for your food, lodging, travel. or a 501c3 nonprofit organization is paying for your food, lodging, and travel. Okay. So this is the first one. These 4 entities are paying for your food, lodging, and travel. So then it gets more specific. The payment is for you to attend a convention, a fact-finding mission trip, a conference, or a meeting. Okay. And again, this is you as a public official representing your public body. And at this convention, let me see, I think it's on our next slide. Yeah, okay, so here it is. At this convention, you are giving a speech, maybe you're giving a presentation, maybe you're participating in a panel, or maybe you're just representing your governing body. Okay, so this would be, for example, let's say, again, I'm in Salem, and let's say the city of Portland wants me to give a speech downtown someplace, and it's at a conference, and they're saying, hey, you know, we want someone from the Ethics Commission to deliver this speech. We're willing to pay for a room for one night. We're willing to have someone come pick you up, and we're going to pay for your meal at the convention. Then this would be an exception. Okay, so this would not be this would be a total exception. So it's very detailed in this. So my advice for you is anytime anyone is offering to pay for your food, lodging, and travel, you definitely want to reach out to us before accepting. Okay. So again, let me just kind of recap this again, because we're going to hit another curveball as we get into this. So remember, if your food, lodging, and travel is being offered to be paid for by another government entity, a Native American tribe, a membership organization, or 501c3, and you're going there, they're paying for you to attend a convention, a fact-finding mission trip, conference, a meeting, and you are there to deliver a speech, make a presentation, participate on a panel, or you're just there to represent your public body, then this would be an exception. If I could add anything to this, reach out to us before accepting. Okay. So this does not include anything that would be like, someone contacted us one time. They said, well, hey, look, part of my church group, in the summertime, I go out and I visit missions, and I'm doing this as a public official, but I'm mostly there because my church sends me there. Well, that doesn't fit under this because, again, this would be you as a public official representing your public body, pretty much doing public official work. So if you're representing if your church is doing this, you're actually representing your church in this trip that you're doing. So them as a public official doesn't come into play. Now, if they are representing their public body, then that changes things up a bit. I hope I've made that kind of clear.
Charlie,
does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. But I have maybe just a clarifying question.
Yeah.
If you're say like we as board members we're asked to attend a conference with as representing the board, and it's traveling for that. I get it. But what if we come and say, hey, there's this really great conference that has this information that if I attended as representing the board, does it matter if the invitation is made from the agency to the public official, or if the public official makes the request to to attend? Does it make it sounds like it doesn't make a difference either way, as long as you meet all these criteria?
Yes. So the idea here is the first thing we're going to ask is who's paying for this trip. And so in this scenario, it has to be, let me back up a moment and hit those. So for us, the first thing we're going to ask is who's paying for this trip. And so it has to kind of fall into this category. So right. if you're paying for it and being reimbursed somehow, or there's something else kind of going on, it's unclear, then that's I would say that automatically triggers an email to us for clarification.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to kick this up a notch. Yeah,
Charlie, You have 5 minutes left for your presentation.
Okay, all right. So let's kick this up a notch. So, so the next one is going to be food, lodging, travel, another exception. And so this is, again, when you're representing your public body, and this is when things, you're allowed to travel outside the country. Okay, so this is, say, Microsoft reaches out to you and says, hey, we're debuting this new database and we are paying for your food, lodging, travel for you to fly out to Germany to attend this thing. Of course, you're going to probably shoot us an email and say, can I attend this? Of course, the idea here is that, you know, your attending would be probably, you know, hey, look, we're looking to expand our database. We're looking for something new. This would, and Microsoft is inviting me. This looks like it would play into my role. So this would come into play. There's more requirements on this. They would need to send in a list of expenses, how much this would cost. You would need approval from your supervisor before attending. And the big one here is always shoot us a message before accepting. Another one's going to be unusual customary practice. And so this would be something like, let's say a law firm at Christmas gives out a bottle of wine to all its clients, okay? Not just the public official, but they give it out to, you know, maybe they give it out to the city, but they also give it out to all their clients regardless. And they do this at Christmas time. Let's say the bottle of wine, or maybe it's a gift basket. So this would fall under usual or customary practice. They're not giving it to you because of your legislative or administrative interest. They're giving it to you because they always do it this time of year. So that's something that would fall under that. So remember this. Anytime you're given something, you have to ask yourself, is it a gift? Is it something of economic value? Did you make an equivalent payment for it? Is it offered to others on the same terms and conditions? And then, of course, do any of the exceptions we just talked about, do they apply? And of course, if you are offered the gift, you have to go through these steps. Who is the source? Do they have an interest in the decisions I make as a public official, meaning the decisions I make, will it affect them economically? And of course, is it within that $50 limit? All right, we'll run through these questions real quick. So your public body is paid for you to attend a professional conference. Attendees include public officials, private contractors, and nonprofits. They're giving away a swag bag. Is it a gift? Yes or no? Yeah, the answer is no. The thing here is private contractors, that's the public. Okay. So kind of the same scenario, your public official, you're being paid to attend a professional conference. Individuals there that hold your same license, private companies, businesses that contract with public bodies, nonprofits, they're giving out a swag bag. Can you accept it?
What was the difference?
So the difference here is your attendees of the conference are people that hold your professional license. Again, private companies that contract with public bodies, and nonprofit groups. So the question is, can you accept the swag bag?
What's the value of the swag?
There you go. I like where you're going with this. So yeah, if it's you'll have to step back and analyze that, right? Who is the source, and is it available to others on the same terms and conditions? But looking at this, if you're looking at private companies, that pretty much opens up the public, so you wouldn't be limited. So here's a curveball for you real quick. Part of your official position, you organize an event with the community. After the event, you received an anonymous fruit basket as a thank you. What do you do?
Eat it.
All right. So again, as a public official, it's our responsibility to find out who the source of the gift is. If we cannot find out who the source of the gift is, then we have a couple of options. We can donate it, but do not take the tax benefit, or we can accept it on behalf of the agency. Okay. So what does that mean? That means, we tear it open, throw it in the break room, and tell everyone have at it.
Yep, that's what we do.
All right. And so here, this was a multiple choice if we did the polling, but it says here, a nonprofit has invited you to speak at a conference overseas. You'd be representing your public body. A nonprofit is offered to pay for your travel expenses. So you already know what's going on here, right? I mean, the easy answer is contact us. Okay. But
Likely
looking
okay,
at-
but contact you first.
what's that?
Likely okay, but contact you first. There's a hoops to
Exactly.
go through.
Exactly. You want to make sure that, you know, we're going to look at it and ask some questions. Okay. So, you know, yeah, you may be going there as your public official, but it's a, you know, a golf tournament. And, oh, yeah, you're going to talk a little bit about, you know, some public body stuff, but the main thing is a golf tournament. So that's going to be a red flag. But if you're there for a fact finding mission, some type of conference that's tied to your official role, then that would be an exception. All right. Last one, GoFundMe to pay for your vet's bills. As a public official, what are your limitations to the donations you can accept? What do you think?
That's a weird one.
Yeah, it is weird.
That's
I'm assuming these are ones you've run into before.
Yes. So I'm going to help you out. All right. First off, if you open up a GoFundMe to pay for your pet's vet bills, number one, no anonymous donations. We have to know who the source is. Okay. And the other thing you may want to do is make sure that if you are accepting any donations, you do not accept anything over $50 from anyone that has a legislative or administrative interest in you as a public official. So those are the big ones right there. All right, any questions for me? I know I probably went over. I don't have the clock in front of me, but any questions for me?
Oh, that was awesome.
All right. Okay. Let me wrap this up real quick. You probably already know this, but one part of the Ethics Commission is we do accept complaints. We do not take anonymous complaints. They do go through a preliminary review, and if there's something there, we do follow through with an investigation. That's when the commissioners step in and say, yeah, let's move forward. There are some penalties that are tied to that. These are them on the screen. I know y'all sat through this before. Usually if it's a first time offense or you didn't really know, we send out a lot of letters of education. And of course, advice. We're a resource, use us. Contact us. We do give advice. With each level of advice, it does give you a level of safe harbor. So this is something you put in your back pocket. Again, you have to follow the advice. So that's something we do every day. And then our website, tons of resources on our website. Complaints, you can look up public records. You can look at past complaints and you can look at past advice. And of course, training. And last part, before I give you our contact information, your biggest takeaway today. What did you learn today that you didn't know? Throw that out at you and then I'll close it out.
Contact you if you have a question.
Yeah. You know, I can't say that enough. I really can't. I mean, that's, you know, it's funny, but you know, when we have our meetings and we're going over, you know, complaints, you know, a lot of this could have been avoided if someone just took a moment and shot us an email. So, you know, do not hesitate to shoot us an email. That's, you know, it may take us a little bit to get to you. If you shoot us an email today, it won't be till next week. If things are going well, if we're really bogged down or if it's a really tough question, it may take us a little longer, but we try to get everything out within a week. So, you know, yeah.
How many complaints a year, on average, approximately does the commission receive?
Okay, so let me give you a heads up. I'm on the training side. The complaint side goes through another part of us. And even though we're a small agency, I don't really see those numbers at all on my side. But I've been asked this before, and I need to get that answer. So you're asking about how many complaints in a year?
Yeah, just out of curiosity.
That's a good question. Because here's the thing, and we get a lot of complaints, but we don't follow through with a lot of them because a lot of complaints, there's nothing there.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we get a lot of phone calls with a lot of people complaining, but if it doesn't fall under our jurisdiction, there's nothing we can do. So that's actually a two-part question. How many complaints do we get? And how many complaints do we get that fall under our jurisdiction? And then how many complaints require an investigation? or better yet, a preliminary review, and then how many follow through with an actual investigation. So, you know, I got a call one time where someone said, "Hey, there's an ethics violation in our office. They changed the toilet paper from good toilet paper to bad toilet paper, and this is my official complaint to you." Well, unfortunately, I feel their pain, but it doesn't fall under our jurisdiction. So we get things like that. So again, what you know, our easy answer always, you know, is where's the financial gain? You know, that's always what it kind of comes down to. Where's the financial gain? Is there some type of financial gain for the public official or their relative or their household member or a business which any of them are associated with, or did they accept a gift that, you know, exceeded the $50 amount because of the decision they could make as a public official? And that's kind of the core of where we're at.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Charlie. We appreciate your time and your presentation today.
Yeah, sorry I ran over. Man, I was, you know.
That's okay. Important step.
Yeah, very
All
good.
right.
Thank you.
Okay, well,
Thank you.
And
all
just
right,
for the
you're
record,
welcome. Thanks so much.
thank you, bye-bye. Just for the record, Sarah Lucas logged in at 10:10, and we should be seeing Jeff Pritchard log in soon. He's getting on the plane.
Okay, very good. All right, so next on the agenda is an action item. It's the Core Cycle 8 approval of 2024 ARC members. That is Andrea.
Good morning, Chair Stevens and Board. Go ahead and get the presentation up here. It's only 2 slides, so this should be a little bit quicker. So we ran our Cycle 8 application period in October. And here you can see we received a total of 66 applications for a total of $6.9 million in requests. And then we got it separated out by the priority there. The priority 1 applications, which are the match for FAA grants, priority 2, which are resilience grants, and then our priority 3, the economic development grants. The applications are to be reviewed and scored by ARC members in December and January with the ARC consensus meeting for final scoring and ranking held at the end of January. And then we will bring the ARC recommendations to you for approval at the February 1st Aviation Board meeting. And in the month of November, we reached out to all of the area commissions on transportation and requested their nominations for ARC members. Cascades West did not have anybody that volunteered to fill that seat for them this year, so they don't have anyone, but we did get 11 members, which is great since there are so many applications to review. So if you have any questions, please let me know, but otherwise we just ask that you approve the ARC members as presented here.
So moved.
So I just have a question on Cascades West.
Yeah.
And what region is that? Where does that cover?
I'll escape out of my presentation to look it up. Just one second.
Cascades West, which region?
The applications within that area.
That's Benton, Lynn, and Lincoln counties.
Benton, Lynn, and Lincoln counties. Okay, and then Jen's follow-up question is, do we have applications in that area?
Yes, there are. Two applications, one from Albany and one from Corvallis.
So All right, additional question. So how does that work if that act did not have representation to the ARC? And how did that act approve or recommend submission of those two applications?
Yeah, and the act doesn't have to approve submission of the applications. That's just per the airport sponsor. There is not a requirement that there has to be a ARC member from every act.
Yeah.
We just want to give them the opportunity. So for example, Region 1 has actually only had a member on the ARC, I believe 2 cycles out of the 8. So they were able to get someone this year to volunteer. But we have gone on without a representative from everyone. And then also last year, the Rogue Valley Act didn't have a member because Jerry Brienza had retired after he was confirmed by the ARCs or confirmed by the board, so we couldn't appoint another one. So it does happen, and it typically doesn't really affect things that much.
Okay, well then we will go to the action item, which is a motion to approve the ARC members for 2024 core grant evaluation. Do I have a motion?
Sorry, I jumped the gun there.
I believe Jim said so moved. Do I have a second? All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. All right, and then I think we are up to a break for about 5 minutes, so we'll come back. Holly, do you want to stay at 11:31?
The 5 or 10-minute break, or
Well, what do you want to do? 5-minute break?
we should probably take a 5-minute break just to keep it
Sure.
quick.
Okay. So we can come back at 11:26.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
It's 12:30.
I do have a 12:30 call. That is not another way.
That was a fun presentation.
like,
Yeah.
my mates
You're back.
at the state negotiation, and then they.
It's $100 bottle of bourbon.
Well, I mean, I think the point is, I mean, how easy is it to buy $150 jacket?
That's not.
Or anything, I mean.
We're ready to begin.
So I had to, yeah, I know, it was like, darn it.
It's funny that you know, it's excited because it's bourbon.
No, I was.
Yeah, I was just thinking, think how little 50 is now, or even higher.
We're ready to begin.
Okay. Well, we'll get that.
This is half our board members.
Because I have an hour's stop, and so, okay, if we start a minute or two late, it's okay. I know, I'm sorry, Holly.
Okay, Chair Stevens, whenever you're ready to begin.
Just even
Okay,
called us and it's spot one.
we will begin momentarily.
Next item on the agenda is the director's update.
Or is it board 101? Board 101?
Board 101,
Is that
Stacy's on.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Unless you want to go.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Number 7.
All right.
Has, did we have all the board members? Yeah, he's on.
Yep, Jeff is on. He arrived at 11:25.
Okay, so that's Sarah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sarah's on. Hi, Sarah.
Sorry, I have the wrong agenda, Stacy. So we are going to the board 101.
All right, so are we ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, all right, let me share my screen. Did I just share? Yeah, there we are. Okay, so. Okay, all right, so. So we do have everybody on. All right, so thank you, everybody. I think I met you at our last work session. If you haven't met me, my name is Stacy Postgate, and I am your Department of Justice Contact Counsel. And so I'm going to try very hard to keep this to an hour. Sometimes I can talk too fast, so just stop me anytime if you have any questions. And some of this is a repeat for at least 3 of you, and you too, Kenji. So I apologize for that, but your authority hasn't changed. Some of the laws haven't changed, but some of them really have. So the first thing we'll talk about is just really quickly, like who I am, who you are. The next thing we're going to talk about are public meetings, and this is probably going to take up most of what we talk about today, and there have been some recent changes in the law. So we'll have to go over all of that. Public records, I'm going to touch on briefly, and I think I mentioned before the meeting, I would definitely recommend that the board consider a full 1 hour devoted to public records where DOJ can provide training for both the board and the department. And that's something that we can bring Andy Folds, public records specialist, in to train you. So we'll do a blip on administrative rules and then just a quick thing on litigation contested case processes. So again, this is supposed to be a really high level view. So if there's anything in here that you want me to delve into more deeply, we can try and do it in this hour. We can set up another time to talk more about it. There we go. Okay, so that is currently my boss, who will not be running next year. So that picture will change next year. But So I am with the Department of Justice, and so all state agencies, except for one or two, are represented by the AG. And so we are your lawyers. And was 278 of us. I don't know how many there are now, but there's quite a few. You're pretty well represented. So we represent you in civil, criminal, or administrative matters, anywhere the state's a party, or if you have an interest and you want to get involved as a party. So you also get written advice. So that's for me, if you request for written advice. And we perform all your legal services, as you know, and we do it on request, or we do it when you have to, which are the contracts when they require legal sufficiency review. And that's if they meet the $150,000, it's $150,000 threshold. So you have, by statute, what's called contact counsel. That is me. The AG determines if you are assigned, every single state agency is assigned a particular contact counsel. So again, you've got me, but remember, you've actually got a whole cadre of attorneys at Department of Justice. So I do try and give you more general advice, or also what my role is to help connect you with a lawyer who can help you on topics that I cannot. So employment, for example, you have an employment attorney that we can connect you with. Trial, if you get sued, you have a specific trial attorney who will come in and defend you. If anything goes up onto appeal, you have your appellate attorney. So our conversations are all privileged. As you know, you hold the privilege. So you want to try not to waive up. I can't waive it for you, though, but you can waive it on behalf of the agency. So who are you? I don't know how much training that you get before you become a board member for all of you, but from DOJ's perspective, whenever you ask me about whether you can do something or not do something, it's always a function of looking what your statutes say. You are a creature of statute. So all of your authority, if it's not written in by the legislature, either express or impliedly, you don't have it. So mostly what I do is I go to statutes when I have questions from you guys. So there's 7 of you. Each of you has a 4-year term. One of you has to be from the Cascade Range. Only 4 of you may be of the same political party. And all of you have to be from private and public sectors, which I think means all of it. So you've got to have a mix of your private and public sectors. So your powers, they're interesting. You as a board, to me, it's a lot of what you do is shared, or it is in the authorizing authority to the director. So one thing you do is you do set policy for the department. And remember, the Department of Aviation and the board are 2 separate state agencies. So you set policy for that department, and the director's role is to carry out the functions of the department consistent with that policy. You participate in and you make final decisions relating to planning and development. And this is straight from the statute. It's airports, state airways, airplane industries, and aviation generally. Out of all that, I'm really unclear about the state airways part because that's not necessarily within your jurisdiction. But this is a good example. You have a lot of state statutes that seem to give you authority over the airways, which you probably do not. It's probably preempted by FAA. So, but your state statutes say you can, but it doesn't mean you should. So,
should that be cleaned up someday?
One day, perhaps it should. And I think that actually, this is a whole other topic, but I think part of that cleanup is consulting with FAA first.
Using aviation business.
I think it's pretty federal preemption based.
I think it's, I think I'm going to keep to myself because we're in an open session, what I think it is, but that happens all over the place with the statutes. So of course you approved grant applications, or like you just approved the subcommittee to review those applications. You choose to intervene in lawsuits. So really good examples of this. You may not be sued, but you may have a really big interest in participating in a lawsuit. So you would make the decision to intervene. Other examples are land use. You've had a lot of land use proceedings, and you may not be a specific party to that land use proceedings, but you could intervene.
It's like an amicus brief or something like
It's
that.
not, no, you are actually a party. There's a difference. Amicus just means friends of the court. So intervention, you actually become a party. So a really good example is, let's say you made an application to Marion County because you want to do something at the Aurora Airport. Just there were. So you make an application. The decision is Marion County's decision. So let's say Marion County issues a decision that's favorable to you. Well, whoever opposes, they would bring that, they would petition in LUBA the decision by Marion County. Usually what happens in that case with a local is it's not Marion County could choose to defend their decision, but in most cases, your land use authority, the person making the land use decision, they usually don't want to pay the money to defend the decision because it's the applicant, which would be you. It's really your interest in defending it. So that's a situation where you would have to actually intervene to defend the decision. So I think I bring that example up because I don't think a lot of people realize that in the land use setting, how that works out.
So my administrative question is, does the board actually have to approve that? And like, if the agency says, we think this is a good idea, it actually has to be an action. The board says, yes, we approve, or can the agency do that themselves?
You have to approve it according to your
So I
standards.
thought, based on that, thank you.
So you authorize contracts, leases, other agreements. And by the way, most of this you can delegate to the director. So you authorize the director to accept, receive, loan, and spend money. You can authorize him to acquire, dispose of, and even condemn real property, but can't condemn property if you need to. And you, here's another one straight from the statute, you authorize the director to designate, design, and construct airport sites. So you'll see that this is a lot of the way your statutes work with the department is that you work together with the director. So it says authorized, but I think it's more of a coordinating and collaborating and then authorizing. So you are the one who has the authority to adopt rules for both the board and for aviation, which is a lot of what you guys do. And you can approve the director's organization of the department. And so I think that that's one that people might not have realized, but the organization is setting up who does what, hire people, fire people. You do not have direct lists, you don't have employment authority. But it's more about structure of how it works. So, okay, so the next thing, this is where I anticipate that we're going to have most of our discussion today. And I actually, in preparing for this, had to spend the most time in this area because there's a whole bunch of new legislation that just happened this summer. Not this summer, this spring. Some that became effective this summer and some things that will become effective in January. So I think that most of you, though, have sat on public boards. So you probably have had a lot of this. But I put this up. This is what the policy is by statute, but it's really important. The Oregon form of government requires that the public be informed of your deliberations and your decisions that you rely on when you make a decision. And so the public meeting is so that everybody has access to what you're thinking and what you're talking about. So they have a right to be informed about the decisions, about the information on which your decisions are made. So the reason why this is all very interesting to me now, and I did have a very interesting year because we do have what happened with OLCC. And they're a really good example because they, like you, are a volunteer board or volunteer commission. And they were suddenly highlighted for the public and told that they should be held accountable for day-to-day decisions that happen within the agency. And they received tons and tons of media requests asking each individual commission member to speak for the agency and to make decisions, which they cannot do. You can't do that. And so when you speak, remember that you're speaking on behalf of the board and that everything that all these discussions that you have, the public have a right to know about what they are and the decisions that you make. So this is what is a public meeting. These are changes in the law as of this year. So a meeting means the convening of a governing body of a public body for which a quorum is required to make a decision or to deliberate toward a decision on any matter. I know right now when you read that, it sounds, well, that's simple and obvious, but when you really get into the nitty gritty of what is a public body and what does it mean to convene, it becomes a little more complicated. So the legislature also added a definition for convening. So this is really important. You can gather in a physical location like we are today. You can use electronic, video, telephonic, tech to communicate contemporaneously. So that would be your Teams meeting, maybe you're sending out a group email. Or the next two, they come from a case that we'll talk about later on, using serial electronic written communication among participants and using an intermediary to communicate among participants. And I'll give you some examples. But what that means is, Chair Stevens, you email, right, so I'm sorry. So you email Member Knight, and then you turn around and you email Member Grow, and then you email stakeholders. Those are people who've asked to be noticed, and you can publish it on your website. You got to give notice of the time and place of the meeting. The public has a right to attend, but they do not have a right to comment. The meeting has to be recorded, and this is, again, a new law. Your meetings always had to be recorded, but now it has to be accessible and it has to be free. And if you're holding it, you have to record it in the same way that you are holding the meeting. So if right now, because you are providing it on this Teams meeting format, you've got to make sure you're recording of the video and audio and the way that you're actually holding the meeting right now. So again, all deliberations, decisions, and information gathering to reach the decision have to be made as part of a public meeting, and you must have a quorum.
Is it a requirement to do both the electronic and the in-person? Like, what if this was like said, like it was only going to be held in person, and you only have to record like the audio of it being held in person, or is there a requirement to still provide?
I think you could just, so this is a new one, so it's possible that someone might fight this. But I think if you are holding this and you're not holding it virtually like this, I don't think that you have to have someone come in with a video.
That was the question. Like, as long as you're like audio or some other way of recording, like traditionally what you had done.
Minutes.
Or minutes.
Oh, I think, okay, so I need to check on that, but I think that's changed. I think written minutes are no longer sufficient. Yeah, so, but like I said, forgive me, it is quirky and these are all new.
Yeah.
So
Just curious.
But I don't think you have to bring the video in. But again, I don't think written minutes are sufficient, but I will look at that. So quorum for you is majority of the board member seats. The only time that changes is if you have a statute that changes quorum, but you don't have that. So it refers to the number of persons present on quorum. What that means is that for a while, so you have a 7-member board. And your quorum will always be based off that 7 numbers. Just because you have only 6 seats filled doesn't reduce your quorum. So quorum is based on who's present, whether it's on video or here. Even if you are abstaining from the vote, you're still here. That doesn't rob you of quorum. So you have 7 members. That means you will always have a 4-person quorum. And I should have brought a copy of it.
Wait a second, but we don't have 7 members yet. We have 1 vacant seat.
but you're still a 7-member board. That's the thing, that's how quorum works. It's based on the number of seats available, not the number of seats filled,
Okay.
which is problematic for you for a couple of months there. We weren't really sure what to do.
Yeah.
So, there's the minimum number, this helps while you're thinking about the minimum number of concurring votes to pass or reject a motion. So if you have 3 members voting, let's say there's only 3 of you here, all of you have to vote. You have to concur, I'm sorry.
But you don't have a quorum if there's not 3 members in there. So you can't vote.
Well, let's say you do have quorum because you have a 4th person there who's abstained.
Oh, okay. One's abstaining.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know, I had to think about that too, when I looked at it in our book. So if 4 to 5 members are voting, again, 3 votes have to concur. If 6 to 7 members are voting, 4 votes must concur. So there is what?
Was 50 minus 1 to pass always a rule? I thought it was always 50 plus 1.
What do you mean?
You always had to
50?
have 4 to pass anything.
No,
in a
this is
7-member
based,
board, right?
yeah, this is based entirely on the fact that you have a 7-member board.
Understand.
And so,
3 is not a majority of 7.
Like, if you have 4 present and 1 person abstains, passing with 3 is passing with less than the majority of the
I
board.
always thought you needed 4 yes votes to.
so, according to our DOJ book, so where I'm going off of is we have a manual, we have a public meetings manual. And I should have brought it for you guys. I haven't, I've got it at home. And you flip to the back and there's actually a chart where somebody worked through all of this, taking into consideration the laws and the environment. So your majority vote is the majority of your quorum, is how that's working. So if you have 4 people there, it's got to be a majority of the 4 people voting is the way that seems to work. But you have to have quorum present to make a final decision in the first place.
Got that. Just 3 yes votes only just doesn't make sense.
That's assuming an abstention.
That's
But
assuming.
no, that didn't pass it's with only 3 votes. is what I'm
Because it's-
saying.
Right, so it's, yeah, so what that is saying, which I get, it seems hinky, is that if you, to pass something, it's a majority of the people there, the quorum, it's a majority of the quorum present. So you have to have 4 people there, and of those 4, to pass something, you have to have a majority of the 4 voting for it.
I get it. I just didn't think it worked that way.
Okay, so here we go into our public meeting examples. So this is, I've got the at least 4 board members. So remember, this is quorum. So you email each other to discuss the subject of an upcoming meeting, because you're talking about something you're going to deliberate about. You use the director, as we talked about, as an intermediary to pass information. I know you have a lot of dinner meetings, but so you guys will meet to go, not a lot, but you do try to get together, which you should after you go tour an airport. It's totally fine, but you need to avoid the subject of other matters that might come before you in discussion. I think I just said that right. I have to be honest, this is a really tricky one. And the reason why this and anytime you meet is super tricky, because who knows what's going to come in front of you in the future. And the one thing you all have in common, it's like going to dinner with your spouse and not talking about your kids. It just seems somewhat impossible. So, so another example is meeting with department staff to hear staff reports, recommendations, or gather factual information, even about basic administrative questions. So this applies even if the matter isn't related to something that requires immediate attention, as the information can have bearing on future decisions. So I don't know if you do this as a board or not, but let's say that Kenji holds regular staff meetings on a monthly basis and invites you to come and listen. And they go through some of your routine matters, like our access cards are no longer going to work. But they still invite you there. And if you, as a quorum, are at that meeting, that presents a problem. And yes, this has happened. Not with you, but this does happen. So, or you participate or you intend in or attend an information or investigation gathering meetings. So I put in like the airport tours that you all were doing. Those were, I think they were noticed and those are considered public meetings. I think something that would not be, or that would be an on-site inspection is, let's say you issue a core grant to do some sort of runway painting and all you're doing is going out there to inspect the work that's being done. That would not be considered a public meeting. You can turn it into a public meeting pretty easily, but it's not considered a public meeting. So retreats or goal setting sessions. I have work sessions down there, but I don't know if you've had retreats or not. A lot of boards, commissions do that, but that would be considered a public meeting. Training like today. So you definitely have to know what public meetings are. They apply to your day-to-day work as a board member. So I'm sure that there are training on other subjects that you could all go do, and that would not be considered in your jurisdiction, but the lines are always dicey. So work sessions, I added, even though there's no decisions, there's no motions, there's no arguments by the board members for a particular position, there's no arguments made by the public or direct to the board concerning a question within the board's jurisdiction. I brought all that up because it's hard to understand if we're just having a work decision, you're not making any final decisions, and you're really just trying to get some information, it's still a public meeting.
But if we're going to training and other organizations are in training, but there's 4 of us in that training session, but we're not really talking about any of our business. We're there to receive training.
You could trigger a public meeting requirement. It could happen, but
If we had conversations with each other regarding our business.
Yeah,
Yes.
so you have to be careful with that.
Yeah.
So these are examples of not public meetings. Contested case deliberation. You may not know what that is, and we'll talk about it more towards the end of this. Meeting to discuss topics outside of your jurisdiction. So if you're meeting to discuss, you name it, anything not having to do with aviation or your job as a public body. Purely social gatherings. One of you had a Christmas party. I think that's fine. Just try not to talk about what you're doing at work. An on-site inspection, which we just talked about. And to your question about conferences, those are very specifically taken out of the definition of public meetings. So gathering of national, regional, or state association to which the board belongs. Those are not public meetings, which is good, because that would be impossible to avoid.
Legislative hearings.
If
we all go.
Yeah, but those, I mean, it's a public meeting anyhow.
Oh, that's good.
So,
Okay.
I mean, it should be, or you're all.
But we have to
public
notice that as
trouble.
well, or?
No, but how often would 4 of you go to a legislative session?
Something serious.
It might sound silly, but better safe than sorry to say you're all gonna be there.
So we could go bananas and just notice every single thing.
Right, you can just go crazy. But you can also just refer the person to a list and where it's gonna be recorded. So, I think we went through this, but I was just, what do you guys think? But I think I probably said the answer. Serial email conversations, phone calls, remember, can be public meetings, lunch meetings, retreats, ski trip where official business is inadvertently discussed, and that is actually from a case. So can you go into phone calls? Detail. Teleconference.
Okay.
But the same way that email works though. So,
Well, that's my question.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering as well.
exactly the same thing. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm pausing because we are in open session, but I had a board commission that I was representing, and it was phone calls abound between the members, and they were all serial. And I am sure that there were about 20 different public meetings violations happening.
So taking that ski thing as an example, we need to notice it. Would we have to record the entire thing? Not like we do it, but
Yes, because it's a requirement of a public meeting.
So it'd be all on,
Yeah, I don't know logistically how you would pull this off. I have to be perfectly honest, but
No, but yeah, so the requirements are notice, recording, and invite the public. Is there an accessibility issue as well?
yeah, absolutely. So what I didn't put up here because there are some finer details that I don't, that Holly takes care of for you. So your physical notice or electronic notice that goes out has to have very specific requirements on it, and they include making sure that it's accessible for all, ADA accessibility, any person. If you need to, if someone needs a translator, or if they need to have a sign language interpreter, they're allowed in. There are some other requirements on there that I can find another slide and show you. But yeah, all of that is taken care of in the notice.
So holding a meeting on a Black Diamond Run probably.
It's not accessible.
Well, unless you're there to talk about a specific type of aviation issue, that's.
Well, I was thinking more along the lines of, and it's covered in site visits, but say we had a site visit to a really remote state airport, but we also had a meeting in conjunction with that, where it's almost virtually impossible to make accommodations like this. Is it necessary to like not have the meeting as part of the overall visit, or to say like you're gonna have to meet somewhere separately?
You don't have to make this accessible by electronically. So in your example, it seems like you could still, as long as you tell the public where it's going to be, if it's going to be inside the building, if they need to have some sort of ADA accommodations, if they need to have a translator, if they reach out to you, you ask for those things. So even in extreme remote areas, I think you can still find that it's possible to accommodate all of your.
I think that's more like the more likely thing than a Black Diamond.
I think that's true, but it's, and we have tech problems. I know that you do. It's not the greatest, but you just do the best that you can do and make it available to the public.
I mean, Steve's got a great point because, say for example, we have a meeting at the Hawaii State Airport. The only way to access it is by boat or fly in.
Right.
Then people can call it. I mean, you could.
There is no cell phone coverage.
In where?
Hawaii. So that's a extreme East Oregon.
So
That's why I was thinking someplace like that.
I think you do the best that you can do with the technology and availability that you have.
Okay.
I mean, you all got there, so if people really want to get there, they can.
You get a Starlink connection.
All of our meetings have to occur in Oregon, the district research.
I don't know that that's.
Because when like I'm on the school board and things, it's part of public meeting laws, it has to be within the district.
Yeah, not only, so this is more not about, there's no constraints on where the meeting is held. There's constraints on whether or not you give notice and you provide some accessibility to people. So you could have a meeting, you could accidentally, let's say you're going to a conference somewhere, name your state, and you all have a meeting afterwards to discuss whatever it is. It's not necessarily for the conference, it's something separate. It doesn't matter that you're in Idaho or Kentucky. Are you meeting? Do you have a quorum present? And are you talking about your official business?
You have different, your school district, different.
Well, actually, no, that a board, this is for every public.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's
got a different answer.
if you, well, okay, those are probably different kind of constraints about traveling, and that's a whole other issue. Not the public meetings law. Okay, so your control of your public meetings. So, Catherine, you have the authority to keep order and to impose reasonable restrictions that are necessary for efficient and orderly conduct of the meeting. If you need to throw someone out, you can also limit the amount of time that people are talking. I don't think that you guys, I could be wrong. I don't think you have specific rules about how long someone has to talk and how they present. So it's a little more loose, which is great. So you can regulate the order and the length of appearance. You can limit the testimony to relevant points. And if someone doesn't comply with what you've stated, you can ask them to leave. And so you can control the electronic equipment too. But the public can record the meeting. So the next topic, this is again, there were a lot of changes to how this part is enforced. So what an executive session is, it is still a public meeting. It still has to be noticed. It still has to be recorded, but the question is whether the public can participate and listen in or not. And in executive session, they cannot, as long as you do it correctly, and it can only be done for a very specific statutory purpose. So it's public meetings that are closed to the public. You cannot take a final action or make a final decision in that executive session, but you can come to consensus, so you can pull each other. And let's say you're talking about, we'll talk about things you can do in executive session for, but let's say you're talking about a real estate transaction. You can say, all right, do we have a consensus here about it? All right, let's go out and vote. And that's fine. And the meeting's still recorded. Media is allowed. You have an announcement that the media is welcome to come. And we'll go into what you say when you go into executive session. They are not supposed to report on anything that they hear, as long as you stick to the topic.
So in an executive session, you're saying that it's required to be recorded,
Yes,
but does the public have access to that recording from an executive session meeting?
not necessarily,
That's the purpose of the recording.
because they might have access to it. It's in the same way, yeah.
Does that, if you're there or council is there, does that have some privilege associated with it? Or
Let
will you
me-
get into that?
Yeah, let's talk about that, because, so
A real estate transaction.
so the public isn't allowed, but that doesn't mean that there might be some reason that you have to disclose the minutes from that meeting. It could still happen. So I brought up the real property transactions, and there's, like, when is an executive session allowed? So there's a very specific statute, I think it's 192-660, which lists out this very express and specific circumstances in which you can hold an executive session. And if it doesn't exist in that, you cannot hold the executive session. And it's extremely important. And part of the reason why is that if you hold an executive session for a particular purpose and you stray from that purpose, if you have media there, they can report on the matters that are not part of that. Or someone could be entitled to get the minutes from that. You can use that information. So real property transactions, this is a little more limited, I think, than people think, but you can meet with the person designated to negotiate on your behalf. So for example, I think that Kenji's probably that person who's designated to negotiate on your behalf. So we've had some real property discussions. Yeah, so you asked about consulting with legal counsel. So that is consulting with legal counsel, but only on active or pending litigation. Media, remember, can still be part of that meeting. That's what's crazy about this, is that in any other circumstance, we would have an absolute privilege of confidentiality, not here. So the next one is to review exempt public records. So it says that legal counsel can, you can hold an executive session with me for active or pending litigation. But what if you just need some advice and you don't have an active litigation? So you ask me for advice, I provide a written response. That is exempt. That piece of advice is exempt from public records. We can meet to go over that. So that's one example. So this one's new this year, and it's interesting because it doesn't apply to you guys, given what happened in April with your April board meeting. It's interesting, but it's to consider matters relating to the safety of the governing body and of the public body, staff, and volunteers, and the security of the public body facilities and meeting spaces. And then the other new one is to consider matters relating to cybersecurity infrastructure responses to cybersecurity threats. I'm gonna probably have to say this a couple of times. I don't know what these mean yet. They're new. And what's interesting is ethics, the other side of ethics and the training, they are the ones who are gonna probably come up with rules about what these are, maybe. So I think that probably those new ones are gonna get tested. It's one of those things that we can try and predict what they mean now, but it might be, we'll see how it falls out and what arguments people make. Agent appointment. I don't know in what circumstances that you appoint agents. You do most of your work by contract. But if you did an agent appointment, that's something that you could do in executive session.
If you were selling a piece of property.
Well, that's true. That's a great example. That's a great example. He designated a real estate agent to be, but,
And one more quick question. Have they bettered the definition of?
and that's government, that's ethics. That's their rule that says that media is allowed.
No, but who is media?
Oh, right. No, I mean, like, it's up to ethics. So it's ethics rule that says that media is allowed, the Government Ethics Commission. So the Government Ethics Commission they are not only the governing body with jurisdiction over all the conflict stuff that you guys just got trained on, they are also, as of last year, they were also the governing body over the executive session and what it means, what you can do to it, what the violations are, what the penalties are, which we'll talk about. The change in the law, and I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but the change in the law is ethics now has authority over all violations and all public meeting law violations. That's a huge expansion on their authority. So that's why they're going to start developing rules around all of this.
Is there a definition of what constitutes being a member of the media?
That's what I'm asking.
It's the same. No, it's
I have a blog, so I run media.
right. And I have this issue, and so I need to find so. The rule, it is a rule from ethics that says that the media is allowed to attend. And so I think that is a newish rule, or they refined it 3 or 4 years ago. And what I can't remember is if there's this very specific definition of media. But what I can tell you about that is it's exactly what Bill just said. The problem with it is all of these people who have blogs. And so, I mean, it's not a problem. It's just there's a huge evolution of what media means. And so when ethics first developed this rule, and I'm sorry, I think there's a statute that talks about it as well. So when the law first came about that said we're going to let the media in, at that time, there were only the major media outlets. There was Eugene, there was Oregonian, there was Willamette Week, and everybody, it was kind of like a general understanding that these are just the 3 big media outlets. We're going to allow them in. They understand how public media law works. We understand. And so there was some confidence in that particular process. Well, since then, everybody's got a blog. And so how do you decide whether that person's media or not? If you have a blog, you betcha, you are media. So it's very, very broad. And for me, this is so now that we're on this, it's still confidential and we're talking about the media. So here's the thing about it is that the media is instructed they are allowed to attend, but you also instruct them they're not allowed to report on anything that they hear. But there's 2 things you got to remember. One, if you start talking about something else, which is really easy to do, they can report on that. And then the other thing is that they may not be able to report on what they heard in that meeting, but it still gives them an idea about what to investigate into another matter that is not the subject of an executive session.
And there's no punishment for breaking that.
Not punishment. No, there's not.
Another question for you, in terms of, say, for example, there's active litigation, and then you go out and brief each one of the board members. That's still considered an executive session because there's that, wouldn't that be considered under the definitions earlier of a public meeting in terms of the serial communication or?
Not if I'm really careful about it. So what I could do, and I've done this, not with this board, well, actually I have. I can have individual discussions with you that are completely unseparate. It is just me talking. You can ask me questions, but I am not going to take any information that you just gave me and tell it to the next board. So I have done that. It seems very likely that will be tested. I have to tell you, but I've been in that situation doing that. It's not the best way to do it, but when things, you meet once every 2 months. So when things happen on the fly, I can reach out to you.
Okay, good. Interesting, because my impression was that was litigation in another agency that happened, and that was expressly prohibited. Is it just the bi-directional communication, or was it just a one-way communication?
Do you remember which one it was? Because I don't remember. I don't know. Are you talking about the safe case?
Yes.
Yeah, we're actually having. We'll talk about that.
Okay.
So, Stacey, I have a question. So with the no right to record an executive session except that the law about recording conversations that has just changed as well. How does that apply to that? Because it used to be that if you were recording a conversation between me and Steve, I have to say, hey, Steve, I'm recording this conversation.
So
You know,
Okay, so this is, so it has always been a requirement that you have to record a public meeting. The question is, in what form? And because an executive session is a public meeting, it still has to be recorded.
But this is.
But this says
media,
that the media person can't walk in there with their own tape recorder and walk out with the recording. So what happens is you have a recording of the executive session, but the agency controls that recording. It doesn't allow the media person from the media to make their own recording, their own tape recording and walk out, over which they have control. Of course, you can sit there and take notes and whatnot, but this says, but that's what the rule says, they're not allowed to do it. So then they would have to try and get the recording of the executive session, which,
I mean, there's no way to really prove somebody had a recording. They could listen to it themselves and then basically delete it after making notes. And then it doesn't
Right.
matter, I guess, at the end of the day, right? It's a little.
that is exactly right. And we'll talk about this safe case that Kendra just brought up, because that's a situation where the court did order the release of records and recording of the meeting. So I think we just walked through all of that stuff. And yeah, this is not new, by the way. This thing stuff. So this is for you, Catherine, that you'll announce that the board's going into executive session. You have to say the specific reason. We're going to talk about real estate pursuant to 192-660, whatever it is. You also have to say that you're going to return to open meeting to make a final decision, and you need to estimate the time. And that's just so people have a notice when you're going to reconvene. And then you tell the media what may not be disclosed, which we just talked about. And then you got to come back into open session. So you got to return, because remember, you can't make decisions. You cannot make decisions in exec.
go ahead, finish.
You have to make reasonable efforts to ensure that you've noticed that you're back. So if you're in executive session that you thought was only last an hour, but you had a very heated discussion, you're there for a very long time. When you get back, you have a general idea who in the world is out there waiting for you to return. You just try and get a hold of them, give notice, let your staff know, hey, can you get a hold of people and tell them we're going to be a lot longer than we're going to be. And it may require you to postpone it and come back and people aren't there.
The media present, do they have to be physically present, or they can say like, I want to electronically join?
They could not find the joke. And they do. They do.
But you have no way of knowing if it's being recorded or any.
Right, I mean, that's what goes back to when this law was originally created,
Yeah.
that it was your major papers and there was some trust.
And those technologies like did not exist
Right,
for
right,
for online
Um,
participation.
I think you've been lucky, but Aurora has really created a lot of, training sessions. For the most part, with an agency that becomes the darling of media, you do stuff that someone is consistently and constantly reporting on. You have a relationship with the media and with those particular reporters, and it's a professional relationship, and it's got to be built. I mean, to some degree, there's got to be some trust in it. So it works both ways, and so a lot of the time, most of the media that you're going to have attend, I think like Wilsonville, they have a paper that usually attends. You know that they're there. You probably built up some relationship with them. You have an understanding of what's going on. I mean, a lot of this, it sounds pretty harsh, but for the most part, it really does seem to work out. That there's not, these horror stories don't really happen.
No, I was just, we can
So,
keep on track.
so you can have an emergency meeting. This is not an executive session. So an emergency meeting is just that. It is an emergency meeting, and it can be called in less than 24 hours. So let's say, I don't know, something happens at one of your state airports. I mean, God forbid, a big fire or something, and you need to release funding immediately. So you all meet, we've got to meet really, really fast because we've got to extend authority to Kenji to do X, Y, and Z to deal with this. So you meet at 24 hours, your notice requirements are reduced. That means you still got to put something out there, but 24 hours is fine. The actual emergency has to justify the less than 24 hours notice. Fire, a good example. I put the purpose of the meeting defines whether it's an emergency. So as you're talking, really just need to talk about whatever the emergency is. Board member inconvenience is not an emergency. Guys, I can't do it. Can we push our meetings to 2 days? That is not going to justify an emergency. And Court of Appeals will scrutinize this heavily. And an emergency as to one matter does not mean emergencies as to other tangential. So it's like, oh, hey, we're all here. Let's talk about these other emergencies that come up. You can't do that because it still needs to be noticed. And these are not executive sessions. They're out in the open. I'm not sure what meetings that you have that would be emergency meetings, but I'm sure it'll come up. So just so you know, the public meetings law, we're going to talk about enforcement next. The AG doesn't enforce these. I don't think sure it's fair to say we enforce the public records law. I don't think that's entirely accurate either. But we only act as counsel to you. So if something happens, we're here to defend you, to provide you with advice, do what we can, but we don't enforce it. So how do you enforce it? So this is where there's just changes all over the place in the law. So any person that's affected by a decision, one of the options is they can sue in circuit court. So you approve, for example, master plans for airports, and that's a final decision. One basis for challenging that is someone can say you violated the public meetings law because we think that you had discussions in your executive session that you shouldn't have had. We're entitled to discussions about that before you approve this master plan. So they can sue you in circuit court, anybody. So anybody affected by the decision. So what does a court do if it finds there's a violation of the public meetings law? It can void the decision if there's no other relief available. They can enjoin you from further violations. Don't do it again. They can award attorney's fees and costs to the person who brought the suit. Attorney's fees are where the expenses are. That is where it gets incredibly expensive. And I think it's possible, since these are not considered torts, that DAS doesn't pay. They would come directly out of your pocket.
Say that one more time.
So I don't know how familiar you are with the Tort Claims Act. So that only covers torts. So if you do something to cause somebody an injury, then you have the state is self-insured, and DAS, you have a fund of money that will help pay for attorney's fees and claims and things like that if it's a tort. A violation of public meetings law is not a tort. So if you had any liability, or you wouldn't have liability unless it's a tort, but if you had attorney's fees, the agency would have to pay for it, and that's the board that would have to pay for it.
School district is plastic.
That's only if there's a violation.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Well, I don't,
And
it depends, and that's about the litigation. I mean, you can be forced to pay attorney's fees for doing things like not disclosing things that you're supposed to, not like violating a discovery order. I mean, it just depends.
yeah. And this is not prevailing party. This is just the person who brought it to be able to recover. So if we were to prevail, we couldn't recoup our attorney's fees.
Maybe. And so the reason why there's maybe is I've had this discussion extensively before and with this agency too. There's two things to remember. One, they're hard to win on your side. And two, you are a state agency. And so pursuing fees from someone to discourage litigation is not something that DOJ advises that an agency do. So I'm trying to put that, it's the part of being a public agency and public duties. It's not something DOJ usually advises that an agency does.
So it's a policy decision method.
And it's a decision. But, yeah.
So if a board violates public meeting laws and this suit is brought against the organization or the board members personally, if they participated in violation and violating the public meetings, or they held
Any single commission member may be
Sure,
jointly and
sure.
separately liable to the agency, right? So absolutely, especially if it's willful. And if the court finds that the individual member acted intentionally or willfully, then you will be held liable and you can't get reimbursed from the agency. That is your liability. So there are new grievance procedures. This is different than suing in circuit court. There's a whole other path that someone can take now. So any person who believes that you committed your public meeting law violation, they have 30 days to submit a written grievance to you. So it's got to be within 30 days. So then you as a public body, you have to respond, say we got your complaint, and you can either deny it or you can admit the violation. And if you admit the violation, you can rescind your decision, or you have to say, we're going to take XYZ steps to cure. If you don't respond or you deny the grievance or you do nothing, then that person can file a complaint with Oregon Ethics. This is new. This is brand new. So they're going to have to figure out how to enforce this stuff because they didn't have it over all the public meetings law. They only had it over the executive session stuff. So what ethics can do is they can set civil penalties of up to $1,000 per member. But this one's good though. If you violate it because you did so on my advice, then they may not impose it. So my advice to you is if you have a question at all, just ask me. Because if you followed my advice and you still violate it, you likely will not get a penalty. So, and it's the personal liability of that member. It's not paid by the governing body, again, the public body.
Okay. Slide. So to the grievance process, if it's submitted, I'm assuming it's submitted to the chair or to the board in general. Do we know how this procedure is going to work?
I don't know.
Because if you have 21 days to respond, does the chair have to communicate with the entire board about saying, we agree? That's then a series of emails to say, we agree, and now you are convening the board, or does the chair specifically work with the department? I mean, like, how is this?
Those are great questions, and that might be a really good example for an emergency meeting, but you wouldn't even need to have an emergency meeting because you don't need 24 hours. So you can
So you have to do it within 21 days.
Yeah, but you can still give a week notice, and that's not an emergency meeting. So,
Okay.
Or even 3 days. So yes, you're absolutely right. So you hold a meeting and you discuss what your response wants to be. You write a response, or you direct Kenji to write a response on your behalf. It would be really fast, but you could pull it all off within the public meetings law.
So from what I'm saying is the easiest thing to do is just have another meeting and cure it, right? So whatever violation there is, you can just rescind it and just move forward.
Well, so that's the interesting about this is you used to be able to do that, and I'm not 100% certain whether you still can. So it used to be, you commit a public meetings violation law, court says you did or court said you didn't. It doesn't really matter because before the court even rules, say you get sued, you guys reconvene really fast, or at your next meeting, you say we rescind the decision that we last made, you reconsider everything, all of the information, and you do it correctly, and you should be out.
Yeah.
And I think that that's still probably, I would hope that that still works. The problem that's going to come in is if there's evidence that willful or intentional violation the first time around.
Things that can the liability issues.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I hope that's still the case.
Yeah.
So these are just.
But that should be different than the decision, shouldn't it? I mean, whether you made willful decisions in setting up the process should be different than the outcome of the decision that is made, or is it still tainted altogether?
Okay. So just very quickly, important amendments, and we've gone through them, so this is more of a summary. So before, government ethics, they can only investigate a complaint, so someone would have to actually send a complaint into them, and it was only over the executive session part. Now, they can investigate any complaint, so someone can do a complaint of any public meetings law violation. So you didn't provide accommodations or accessibility to people, and they file a complaint. So now government ethics can open up its own investigation for executive session violations. That's different, and there was some case law on that. So they are not, it used to be they were completely complaint driven. Now they can initiate an investigation on their own as to a violation of the executive session part. So same thing with the penalties. They could only do the $1,000 penalty for your executive session stuff. Now they can do it for all public meeting law violation. They also confirmed when we were talking about that penalty is can be imposed on the individual. It is a personal liability and you can't get repaid by the public body. 5 is interesting too. It's because, well, so if they find a public meeting law violation by a public official, it's required that they notify the public body on which that person serves. They didn't have to do this before. So someone could make a complaint, they could substantiate a complaint, and you, the board, might never hear about it. Now they have to. And that's interesting because then the commission the board has to decide how it wants to act based on that information. And then this one, I have to get back to my notes, but it's if there's willful intentional disregard of the law or willful misconduct, this is prima facie evidence that the official is unfit to serve. And I've added in where removal from that position is authorized for cause by law or under Section 6, Article 7 of the Oregon Constitution. That just means that they are appointed, I believe, by the legislature, and they can be removed for cause or even without cause. Because there can be statutes that can limit how you can be removed, is what that is.
Who removes that person?
That's going to depend on how you were appointed in the first place. And it's interesting because that isn't always a clear question. So you are all appointed and confirmed. So I think I think it might be the governor who can remove, but I need to look at that for certain. It's honestly, it sounds like it is a question, but it's not. Okay, so
Serve the pleasure of the governor anyways.
I need to look at your statute because not all statutes say that. Some of them say that you have to actually demonstrate that the commissioner or member is unfit for service. So at pleasure, but you still have to determine whether or not there's cause to release that person. I think that you guys don't have that type of protection, but I just don't know. So I'm going to try and run through these because I can't remember when we started. Did we get back at 12:30 and I started?
Yes.
So,
4:30 is great.
okay, let me ask you a question. I could easily talk for another 10 or 15 minutes. I was trying to run this through. Do you want to take a break and let me continue, or do you want me to finish, or how would you preference?
Just continue.
Yeah.
Is that okay? It is fine. So, this was Handy versus Lane County. And this decision came down before the change in the law, and the law now captures some of the holding. But it's a really great case because I think it just really explains how things can go wrong in ways you wouldn't expect. So this is a lawsuit against the Lane County Board of Commissioners for violations of public meetings law because a quorum of the commissioners met privately by email to deliberate on an ultimate decision. So, okay, it's a 5-person Lane County Board of Commissioners. So they have a quorum of 3. In April 2011, the Lane County Circuit Court entered a $350,000 judgment against the Board of Commissioners for a public meeting law violation. I don't know what that initial violation was, but just know it's not important. For the rest of it, you just got to know they had a $350,000 judgment, $20,000 against one commissioner in particular, Commissioner Handy. So a year later, Handy runs for re-election to the County Board of Commissioners. So on May 12th, the Lane County District Attorney gets a letter complaining that Handy pushed some local businessman to donate money to him. This is in as part of his campaign, not campaign, but his running. And really, the donation would just be to pay off this $20,000 judgment. 2 hours later, coincidentally, media requests that same letter. So immediately after that, the county administrator talks separately, calls them up, or speaks to them in person, Commissioners Bozea, I probably say this wrong, and Stewart, to ask about the letter and the public records request, and they both ask about potential liability. So you have your county administrator and two of your commissioners. So 7:38 p.m., the county administrator then emails the third Commissioner Lakin, and then Bozayevich, who we talked to before, with a CC to the DA. And so you now have 1, 2, 3, you have 3 commissioners involved at this point. So commissioners, I've had a chance to review the letter we received today. And then he talks about what Stewart said. Stewart asked me about county liability. Bozayevich had the same concern. So remember, this is to Lakin. And when I spoke to him earlier, I'd like to consult with the attorney or senior counsel, but at the very least, it makes me concerned about what else might be occurring that we aren't aware of. I'd like to get some advice to finance as to what they should do with monies we've already received. I'm also concerned it looks like we're trying to hide something if we refuse the public records request. Our practice is to use the exception. So basically, this is all about this thing of how we got this letter. We're going to have to figure out what to do. It is only to 2 commissioners, Lakin and Bozayevich, but what the county administrator have done is told them about something that Commissioner Stewart said. So in a sense, this is a serial conversation using an intermediary. 12 minutes later, Lakin replies to all. I just read the letter. I'm concerned as well. I'll be in tomorrow. Look forward to figure it out. So the next day in the morning, I think everybody slept that night. So Bozayevich, he replies to all. I'm available to come in, looking forward to a quick decision. Seems like the actual letter putting him on notice is already putting my investigation at risk. I don't want to be seen as covering up the receipt of funds from a possible illegitimate source. So 7 a.m., the DA advises the letter should be exempt from disclosure, but the commission could decide to release. So we could do that. You guys could get a public record that I would say you don't have to release it, but you could say, we're going to release this because we don't want to get in a fight with the media over it. 7 to 9 a.m., the county administrator confers with Lakin and Bozayevich to decide whether to hold an electronic meeting. I haven't, presumably Stewart, because it's exactly what the court said. There's nothing in the record that shows Stewart there, but we think that he might have been there. So same thing, 9 a.m., they hold an emergency meeting. Commissioners Bozayevich, Lakin, and Stewart attend. Handy and Sorensen did not. So you've only got 3 people, but you have a quorum. They vote by quorum to release the letter. Handy sues for releasing the letter. So he sues Lane County and he sues individually Stewart, Lakin, and Bozayevich for public meeting law violation. And he said that they failed to give sufficient notice of that May 3rd meeting or sufficient explanation for holding the meeting by not issuing any minutes. And then he says that the communications among the 3 commissioners that preceded the meeting violated the executive session or public meetings requirements because a quorum of the commissioners met privately to decide or deliberate towards deciding whether to meet on an emergency basis. So I think that you're asking me, Steve, about violations about process, violations about substantive discussion.
Right.
They were just meeting to talk about whether they should have a meeting in the first place. And that was potentially a violation.
Even just to meet about the process.
Yeah. And they were deciding whether to release the attorney.
That's the content.
Yeah.
Not just the process.
So, yes, the Supreme Court held that there's no violation because the evidence didn't show whether a quorum met to disclose the letter. But it's that Commissioner Lakin's earlier email, and I could go back, didn't mention disclosure, only concern about liability. That Lakin hadn't actually talked about it. This is such a fine line, it's crazy. And Stewart never made any oral or written statement regarding the disclosure. And there's no other evidence that the county administrator discussed the merits of the meeting with any other commissioner. But this is what the court said. The court said, I'm drawing a really fine line here. And I don't think this case would be decided the same way today, by the way. But the court said, but this is discussed, it's only because there's a lack of evidence. Like the court was pretty sure that Stewart probably knew what was going on and Stewart probably discussed it, but because the other Handy hadn't produced evidence of that, the court said we can't make evidence up. So even though we all know what happened, probably, yeah, we all know what happened, we're gonna have to find that based on these facts in a very skinny way, that there was no meetings violation. But the law of the case is that a quorum of public body can meet by seriatim communications, which is now in statute as of this year. And that it meets in communications that each member of the quorum communicates with the other members for the purpose of deciding or deliberating toward a decision. So this is a really good example. And another thing that's a good example is these issues come up when you have about 2 seconds to decide what to do, how to act, and how to do it in a practical way. It's always when they come up. And it's really difficult not to step all over this, but you just got to try your best and to not intentionally or willfully avoid public meetings law. So these are just some more quick examples. Kenji, did you?
Yeah, so operationally, the best way to address this is if something comes up and a board member realizes that something's going on, there's a problem, they contact me. I work with Holly to have an emergency meeting if it meets the qualifications of such. Notice it, get information to all the board members, and then properly notice it, get everybody together and discuss it. So to make sure that we don't get into a pickle, ensure that the board members don't start talking amongst themselves on an issue before moving forward, but make sure that process-wise that they go through us and operationally just run with it.
I think that's the best thing to do. Another thing that's helpful is you can reach out to Catherine too, and you can make the decisions together.
Yeah, perfect.
Can a preemptive email from someone like Kenji come out and say, we're having a meeting, don't, please, no communications until we have a public meeting associated with X subject? Because that's process though, but it's not
just don't
substantive.
respond. Don't do a reply
Yes.
all, and don't say, I think that's a great idea, Kenji. I'm really concerned about this for these reasons. As long as it's just a one way out unilaterally, you should be okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Is there an intermediate step there where he contacts you?
No, because I'm not part of it. So,
Okay.
okay. So Kenji tells me everything you guys say, and then I call up each one of you and tell you that maybe that poses a problem, but I'm not going to. So, it's an old one, but it must not be metal, but these are just examples. What happens when you violate the public meetings law? Maybe you don't get sued in circuit court, but the press should find out about it. So this was just DPSST had convened a work group to talk about their standards for public safety officers, just the standards by which they allow them to be licensed or deny their license. They didn't think that they were public meetings because there wasn't a statute that said they had a quorum, and that was not true. And so they didn't do it intentionally, but when the Oregonian asked for records of those meetings, and they said, what records? We didn't record anything. We didn't think it was a public meeting. This is what happened. They now meet in public, and everything's recorded. And they were really struggling because it was a lot of public safety officers who wanted to establish, they wanted to have an open discussion without worrying what the rest of the law enforcement community thought about what standards they should hold their fellow officers to. But it's not, there's no reason to have an executive session. So I think one of you guys asked me, did I see that? So the next one, Eugene Weekly, need for transparency. School districts all the time seem to violate this all over the place. So I didn't get a ton of information on this one, but this was apparently the directors, they were just back and forth texting each other, emailing each other, and they would discuss school business with members of the board. They didn't notify these at meetings. So as again, Eugene Weekly figures it out, and so they go, okay, we're not going to do it anymore. And that was good enough for that particular case. That's not always the case, though. So another, I can't remember what E stands for, special district, but this particular school district, these guys were all meeting to talk about, I think, hiring a new director, and they kept doing it in executive session, and I'm not entirely sure why. And ethics went after them hard, and they were going to actually issue a $1,000 penalty per violation. And fortunately, ethics just said, all right, we'll just allow you to do training. But splashed all over the newspaper again.
That's my use.
Oh,
Education service.
Education, thank you.
That's
It's funny, you said
There.
education, I should have figured that out, but it's educational special district, that's what it's right. So, or service district. Yeah, that's my old Silverton mayor. in the
Yeah.
right-hand corner.
I know.
So this is the case you were talking about, Kenji. Is it gonna, it'll pop up in a second. All right, so that's, the one on top of the pile is AAG Herb Lovejoy, and then the other one is Gigi Merrill. These are your DOJ lawyers currently eating the public reference. So this one was this is a big one for us in terms of DOJ providing you advice on how we do it. So you don't hire or fire an employee as a board. So this specific issue would not come up for you. But before hiring a director or firing them, in order to have that in an executive session, the public meetings law requires you to follow certain steps. Well, SafeNet, they wanted to fire their executive director. And they did it behind closed doors. They didn't do it right. And he sued under public meetings law. I think he couldn't sue as a labor violation because he was an at-will employee. So he got to safe by suing them under the public meetings law. And the thing about the public meetings law is, you remember the fees. There was like $1 million in attorney's fees on this one, and he won. So what happened, I'll let you read all that you asked, why record it if the public doesn't get it? Well, sometimes they do. And so the former executive director filed in circuit court and said they met in secret. And not only did the minutes get produced, but DOJ advice to the board, which the judge describes as a roadmap for laying out how to avoid executive session, which should have been attorney-client communication, but the judge can order it to be disclosed, and then you have to disclose it. That the Judge Burton got the letter. She said, DOJ lawyers advised SAFE how to avoid this. And she was not happy. She blamed the bad advice. She said that DOJ lawyers, the bad advice offered by DOJ lawyers for violations that, quote unquote, eviscerated the state transparency laws. And so she restated the policy, which we talked about. We'll talk about public records for 2 seconds, but I am going way over. If you guys want me to stop, I apologize. I think it's still more than I thought because of the new laws. So just know this can happen, even if I advise you. The good thing is that none of the individual members of SAFE would have been liable for their $1,000 penalty because they did it on DOJ advice. That's the only good thing that came out of this. Okay, so public records law. This is what I would like to do, is ask as a board, are you okay? I can skip to this next session and then setting us a public records training. Sure. Okay. Produce your records. I just want to say one thing about public records while I have you, and then we'll delve more deeply into it. Everything that you create or do in the course of your business as a board member is a public record. This includes your texts, your emails, your notes. If someone requests it, you should disclose. And if you don't, then it goes to DOJ and asks for a public records disclosure order. And if they have to sue, if we issue a public records disclosure order and you refuse to disclose and they sue, they get attorney's fees even if they don't win. Just for bringing it. So admin rules, just very quickly, it'll come up in a second.
Last slide.
Blow past that. So you're gonna have rules hopefully come before you in March or February. So these are rules that you make, and they are about your interpretation of your authority. So it's a law that's adopted by the agency, and it generally applies to people outside the agency. These are not internal guidelines. So if you have internal policies about how to operate, those are not rules. They're used to interpret a statute, they create a procedure, establish a policy. So you approve the rule and you direct staff to initiate a rulemaking. They prepare the text of the rule, and they're the ones that follow all the requirements. Sometimes you need stakeholder meetings, sometimes you don't. You've got to file with the Secretary of State in an appropriate way. And then if it comes back to you, when you adopt this rule, you are giving deference as to your interpretation and what it means. You're judges. You are judges in that capacity, trying to fade. Bad example. You're legislators in that capacity. You're adopting the rule. What you intend is what the rule means. So it's very important, the record that's before you and what you're considering. So, and it comes to me to interpret a rule. So if you think there's an ambiguity in the rule or it doesn't represent exactly what you think that it should, then you should clarify that in the meetings, your rule adoption meetings. So you can ask staff to adopt a rule, or they can ask you if they need to adopt a rule. And they may ask you to adopt an emergency rule. That's a rule that is good for 6 months and then it falls off the calendar. You've got to move to adopt a permanent rule. And you vote to adopt, amend, or repeat a rule, repeal a rule in your regular scheduled meeting. I just moved through that really, really fast. So if you ever want to talk more about rules, we can, and we can do the context of like, we will come before you. Other processes, the circuit court cases, you guys are all very familiar with that. Your contested case proceedings, well, we'll talk about that in a second, and Land Use Board of Appeals, all of which you have been involved in. Now, haven't had a contested case though. Really, really quickly, whenever a state agency issues any kind of final order, the person, if it's part of what's called a contested case, you have to give them a full administrative hearing before you can issue a final decision. This is for issuing licenses and issuing penalties. You can't just issue a penalty. You have to give someone notice that you're going to issue a penalty, and then they have a right to a contested case, which you actually pay for the entire process, the Office of Administrative Hearings, so it's not cheap. So final order, anything that you put in writing and memorialize it, that's a state agency order, and everybody has a right to petition that, whether it's a contested case or to circuit court. And that's, something we can talk more about. So I had the type of final orders that could trigger a contested case. So
as we write administrative rules for vehicle pedestrian issues, we need to consider all of this.
Absolutely. And I would be mayor, whoever I can ask to do it, would be the one who would represent you in front of the Office of Administrative Hearings. And that's what I was saying. So you do an investigation, staff would send a notice of intent, hey, you violated our VPD rule. And they say, hey, do you want a hearing or do you want to just take the penalty? If they request a hearing, then it goes to what's called the Office of Administrative Hearings. The contested case is held. So you've got an administrative law judge, you have me, we argue, we make a record of it. The ALJ issues a proposed order, and then you can argue over the order. You hold the meeting and you get to deliberate, which is not a public meeting. You come out of that, you make a final decision, and then they have a direct appeal to the Court of Appeals. It's like, that's it. So if that happens, and I'm going to talk to you, if this happens, I'll talk to you more about the process. You're going to have people calling you up and saying, they're expert in communications. You've got to try and avoid them, but you can't necessarily because you're all in your position because you're supposed to be available and represent a particular area of the public, and they should be able to reach out to you. So if that happens, just disclose it. That's it. Okay, that's it.
Yeah.
So lots of stuff, other stuff we can go over in detail at a later time. And I apologize, it was the new public meeting law stuff. I knew that was going to be a big issue. Right. Thank you, Stacy. Any questions? Yes.
I would hate to hold a pledge, but what's the view on smaller task force or work groups of this board working with department staff on, say, a planning, master planning issue or a land use issue regarding, obviously, just help set up the conversation and discussion that would come to the board for the larger context of a larger meeting and a subject in a meeting sort of action.
If there's a forum, then it's
Without a quorum. So say it's a task force of 2 or 3.
that's fine. And that it should happen. Otherwise, that stuff always happens.
Okay, just want to make sure that it hasn't changed in any
No,
way,
it's
shape, or
fine.
form.
Because I think what would then happen is you'll ultimately have a public meeting and you'll disclose.
Yes. Yeah, whatever the recommendations are. Okay.
Went over really fast, the ex parte communication.
I hate so fast.
So if I receive a phone call from somebody and it's regarding future potential action that we're taking, I should report at the next board meeting that I had that communication.
Yeah, you absolutely should. And I just realized the way I said it, it sounded like it only mattered on contested case. That's not the case at all.
Stacy, to avoid any issues with public meeting laws, if a board member comes up with an idea or anything like that, what they should do is just bring it up to me and Catherine, and then we'll just put it on the agenda for the next time.
Yeah, I think it's a better safe than sorry kind of thing.
Yeah.
Always think about the policy behind it is that the public is entitled to know the information that you're relying on and the deliberations that you're engaged in to reach that decision.
Yep. That's why kind of, so we may have this, but in school districts, which we drive with. There's a board superintendent operating agreement. And most every school district, you really should have one if you don't. But it covers incoming communication, how to handle that outgoing communication, how it's handled. In our case, like the board chair and the superintendent, and, you know, only talk, and we have these agreements that are gone over every time new members join and or new superintendent joins. And it's very clear on how it is. And then you can, if somebody violates that, then you have this policy that is the board superintendent operating agreement that the board can refer to and say this is what should be done.
Board member Sarah Lucas has a question.
Oh.
She has her hand up.
Go ahead.
Hi, thanks. I just had a quick question about emails and if the agency has plans to provide state emails for board members.
We did. I got one.
Yes.
I hope so.
Because I know that's one thing that we have been advised to not use our personal emails, but at the time being that we are. So this just seems relevant to what we're discussing today.
You should definitely, if you don't have them, please use your state emails because that also makes it easier to segregate your emails if you get a public records request. I also, you use your personal phones, right? So, or not. Okay, so if you are using whatever phone you're using, if it's not a state issued phone, I would try if you get texts or phone voicemails you can email that. I think you can email that to the agency or maybe Polly can help you out with so they can have a record of it. Yeah, so.
I was going to say, just reach out to me and I can give you a state email. I think I reached out to the new board members. Sarah, you can reach out to me.
Okay.
And then I was going to say, Jeff has a question, but we can let you finish.
Okay.
So Sarah, do you need a state email address?
Well, the reason I ask, it's been an issue with previous boards because Stacy has recommended that we not use personal. And I even see we kind of skipped over some of the slides that were online that DOJ recommends that we do not use personal emails. So I'm just asking if moving forward, if we are to be using state issued emails for any of our board communications that Holly sends out.
That's a good idea. Yeah, I already said that. So perfect.
Yeah, definitely. And Sarah, we'll talk more about that in a public records meeting because that in and of itself is a whole other hour.
Absolutely. Yep.
I will start using state email address stuff. Thank you for the reminder.
I don't share any personal emails either, just so you're aware. When I send out the agenda items, I just send it to the board members, so it's private. I don't share.
That's the question.
Jeff, go ahead.
Yeah, question about emails. If I have a government email address that I'm using right now, do I need to add another government email address? So the example is the fire district email, which is what I have been using for correspondence. It's not necessarily personal. Is there a need to do another email?
So let me answer it this way. We get a public records request and they are asking for all emails pertaining to your approval of a particular grant. If you have segregated your emails on that and it's only the aviation board emails, and that's really easy for us to just look at that. You can say, I've never used this other account. But let's say you start using your personal account and your personal cell phone. Then we get to start going through your personal stuff to try and pick out state information. It may not happen because you're board members and you can just say, no, you're not getting my phone. And then I have no enforcement authority to do anything. But I don't have enforcement authority to do anything anyhow, but neither does anybody else. But it makes it easier. It's better for you to completely segregate it. And it's better on the agency because then it makes a very expensive process just a little bit cheaper and less time
I think what he's asking is if we already have publicly accessible emails. Like I used emails.
I totally missed the question. I'm sorry.
City email,
Yeah.
port email, it's all public record. So like, I don't need a state one because I'm already subject to the records request associated with my port email. I have already a public email, not a private one, that the state is corresponding with me in this very official capacity. And another very official capacity that I have, it's already open to anybody else requesting public records on as well, including a public or publicly owned cell phone device. So I really don't feel the need to set up a state email because the email that you are corresponding to me with is already wide open for public records.
Do you guys have a policy on emails for the department? I think DAS does.
Okay.
And it sounds like you don't for the board. But where I'm going with this is that you could make that determination yourself about how you want to go forward. There's no law that requires you to have a state law or not. It's just a matter of efficiency. It's a matter of avoiding personal embarrassment if you're using your personal stuff, and you set your own policy. But I don't know if you guys have one for your staff or DAS. DAS does have one, but you can have something on top of that.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you, I've gone through some really interesting texts in NEPA litigation that nobody ever should play on their own.
Yeah.
Well, and we can discuss this more at
Yeah,
our public records review, so.
Perfect.
Right, and Andy was actually he's Air Force, he's retired Air Force. He was the planes that you drop out that don't have any motors on there, a glider, he's a glider pilot. So we got some time.
Okay, well, thank you, Stacy. I think, Holly.
I was just gonna say, I wasn't sure how, current board members, you know, when the last board administrator, how she talked about getting the state email, but with new board members, I get with them right away asking if they would like a state email or if they would like to use their private email. And so I reached out to all three and, you know, and Jeff already has a state email or a government email, but Bill and Jim both requested. So I try to, well, that's for my role, is to reach out to ask if they have state email.
So I think it's on the agenda to talk about schedule going forward. So if you guys decided to set up a work session or another training session for public records, that might be a good time to talk about policies for the board and how you want to do that.
Okay, I think we are up to lunch break, so that is half an hour, so we'll come back. So I was thinking, I know, that's, we'll come back at 1:30, what am I saying? 1:30.
Are we on?
Thank you.
Stop sharing there.
I'm about to, yes.
Yeah, can you, let's see. How much advice do you guys have?
That was a great discussion. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for indulging me.
Are we
Yeah,
off?
I'm trying to get off and stop sharing and like
Yeah.
not successful.
back.
Dr.
And I believe now we are going to go to the director of safety.
Yes, my turn. Thank you, Chair Stevens. So to start out, take a look at that logo. What do you think? You like it?
Yeah.
Doesn't show a plane crashing into the state of Oregon. So this is what we're looking at. So just wanted to get some feedback.
Have some drones over the top of your logo.
Some drones over the top of the logo. That would be good.
Who designed that? Is that in-house?
No, that actually came out of the aviation system plan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I took that and copied it, turned it into an Adobe Illustrator file, and started messing with it. So,
I like it.
yeah. So we'll probably see that transitioning pretty soon. But here's my update. I really want to start out by talking about the education, workforce, economic development stuff that we've been working on. And just as I mentioned in previous presentations, education is the big one. And a lot of you saw the email that I sent out, said, hey, if you know of any programs throughout the state, let us know. Folks on the in the attending in the background, if you know of any STEM education or education programs with aviation, let us know. And we created education@odav.oregon.gov. So if you have information, send us what you know about it, who's the district, who to contact, any other information that you have. So that'd be great. And the reason why that we're doing this is we're creating an inventory of programs, because the first step in really putting forward a program is to understand what you already have. So that's the reason we're creating that inventory. So again, please supply information if you have knowledge of any programs that are going on throughout the state. So moving on to the economic development side, one of the most important things that we do as an agency is also have aviation economic impact study done. And the last one that was done was the aviation system plan update, which was back in 2017, I think, or 18. And it's time for a new one. And the interesting thought that I also had was economic impact also falls under Business Oregon, right? So why not ask them for some additional help on that? Because I think with additional funding from Business Oregon, as well as leveraging some of the funding from the FAA on the aviation system plan update, we can come out with a pretty dang robust report. So I did bring that up with the FAA. We just met with them last week, was it? Yeah, last week. And we're going to move forward on that, see where we can go with that.
Quick question on that.
Yeah.
How receptive were they to something that just doesn't fit their mold of an economic impact? I mean, like being able to look at the additional benefits of aviation, not just, you know, the direct, indirect, and induced benefits. Looking at something beyond just your standard.
They'd be looking at sort of the standard economic impact, which would be included in the larger report. But there was an inventory done a long time ago, but it's due for an update as well. They did a drone sort of economic impact study, but I think the aviation industry is much bigger than just drones in the state. So it would be a supplement to that report.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Just also, when you get to doing that economic development study,
yeah,
I'd love to be able to see the scope.
Yeah, absolutely.
Members would, but
we'd be happy to bring everybody on board and brief everybody out, and include everybody as part of the process. It'll make that a public meeting just to make sure that we don't run afoul with anything. So that's going on. If you didn't see, there's a press release, and Catherine properly said, hey, let us know before you send out a press release. So my apologies on that. It's a lesson learned. Thank you. But we signed a memorandum of understanding with Jump Arrow, and it's and I ran it by Stacy.
Right at me.
Yeah, does this bind us to anything? It's like, no, this is good. So what we did was, in essence, we provided some data to Jump Arrow. They're a fantastic company. Carl Diedrich is their CEO. But he approached us and said, "Hey, could you find out what the population bases are around your rural airports?" So I said, "Okay." And I went into the Oregon GIS system, created it. I figured out how to make circles around our rural airports, and this is what the population is. And I sent that information to him and said, "Hey, here you go. This is the information that you requested." And then from there, he was able to figure out approximately how many, if he were ever able to deploy in Oregon, the needs are. And from there, we also had discussions about potentially, because they're still very early stage, the idea that he could potentially do testing at Pendleton. So there's that economic impact piece for our state as well. So that's why we engaged it. That's why that press release came out, and it presents an opportunity, and it also creates a way for us to get out in the national media. And it's gotten some major traction in a number of outlets as well. So we'll be looking for further opportunities to talk about the Oregon brand and the aviation sector. So watch out for what we're going to do. And of course, I'll make sure that the board applies of it before anything goes out. On the economic development side too, we were able to write the letter of support for Hood Aero's application for Fueling Aviation Sustainable Transition Grant Program from the feds. So we wrote a letter saying, "Hey, we support this," which is great to be able to support local community and airport and FBO as well. That was nice. We've been conducting a lot of outreach as well. We had a fantastic conversation with the city of Wilsonville. Mark's on. Hi, Mark. And we received a really great note from them as well. And if it's okay, I'd like to read the note from them. So we met with the city councilor, the mayor, city manager, and then Greg Lee was there too, as well as Mark. And this was a really nice note I received from them. So, "Dear Kenji, thank you for bringing Tony Beach and Alex Thomas to meet with us at Wilsonville City Hall. We appreciate the conversation and the willingness to create a new future for a Wilsonville and Department of Aviation partner relationship. When we get the decks cleared, so to speak, we can begin to see a lot of good results and productive collaboration. Thank you for sharing your vision for ODAV. Very inspiring. Yours truly, Julie Fitzgerald, Mayor." So that was wonderful. Thank you for that meeting. And we're looking forward to continuing that collaboration and those discussions as well. And we're also reaching out to the city of Aurora and then Clackamas County as well, just to have a conversation, because there's no harm in doing that. We've already reached out to the Association of Oregon Counties and had good conversations. We also had conversations with the League of Oregon Cities, and we'll be getting in touch with the mayors as well, the Mayors Association. I think it's a really good thing that we're conducting this outreach for a lot of stakeholders, right? Because it's an important part of the job, not only to get our message out there, but to let people know that we're available subject matter experts on aviation. So if they have questions or anything, they can come to us and say, "Hey, we have this question," and be able to have that discussion with them. So,
Quick question.
Yes.
So in your email outreach to the community at large, what training programs, what we're trying to bring together, all the different training programs that are currently available and understand what the needs are.
Mhm.
Did that also go to each of the airports or to each of the ports that have airports?
So we did send it out to Gov Delivery, and then as we get more information, we try to reach out to the appropriate folks as well. We did have, I think in the last work session, I did mention that we were working with AOPA as well. So there's a lot of organizations that we're pulling in and talking to. We did have a conversation with CTEC as well. Hopefully they'll survive the budget cuts that are coming up in the Salem Kaiser School District, but I know school districts across the state are running into some financial issues. So any STEM education or aviation programs, I hope that survives. We also had a fantastic conversation with Cresswell, right? And looking at kicking off an aviation program as well. So we're conducting outreach and then through our networks trying to figure out what's going on. But again, the more information we can get from people, the better.
You know, when you have the aviation review committee, you've got a substantial number of airport managers that will be there. So it would be a great opportunity to talk with them as a part of that ARC meeting.
Alex, you're it.
Sounds good.
Thank you for this suggestion. So that's perfect. Thank you.
Kenji,
Yes.
a couple things before you leave the slide.
Okay.
We are working certainly on a lot of SAF issues as well.
Yes.
We actually have really good relations with Delta and Alaska and the airlines that are most interested in this. And we've been engaged from an airline perspective, which is really what's driving the industry. But we also have some very large corporate tenants in the metro area who are already using SAF blends. So happy to help and assist there in those connections if the state agency is going. Also on the outreach, I would just say kudos to reaching out to Wilsonville and getting that letter and restarting that relationship that way, or setting a good base mark for that. That's amazing. That's exactly what I think we would expect from the director and from the agency. Also, as you outreach further, the League of Oregon Cities, their president is one of our local mayors, and would be happy to participate in that if and when you set that up as well to meet with them.
We already did. Who did? It was.
LLC?
Yeah, I can get the name wrong and press them to look it up real quick.
Okay. Well.
How about the president of LLC?
Mm-hmm.
Steve Calloway?
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't Steve.
I think, was it Mallory or
Mallory's county.
Anyway, you said you were going to be meeting with them. I thought you hadn't yet.
No, we had initial conversation.
Okay. But if you are going to meet with them more in person, and you are going to meet with Mayor Calloway, let me know. I'm happy to.
His term is ending in a couple
Yeah.
weeks. There was a caveat a couple weeks.
Having.
Okay.
And just to be available as a resource, I think is super important.
Okay.
So they know who to talk to. Awesome. Cool. But yeah, sustainable aviation fuel, and of course, the other conversation that we should have is about unleaded fuels.
Mm-hmm.
And then I know that you'll bring that up in your business, so that'll be. I'm excited to hear more about that as well. All right. And then moving on to the Oak Ridge update, it's been a priority for a while, and we're finally starting to see movement. So, as Chair Stephen said, don't foreclose opportunities, right? Because we got to keep our eye on the making sure that we get the runway. We're anticipating Connect Oregon applications opening up in January, and we will be applying for a Connect Oregon grant. And then we're also looking at likely submitting our EDA grant application in January. And we're looking to leverage a microgrid project that Lane Electric is applying for as well. And we had conversations with them about potentially locating that microgrid battery infrastructure at the airport as well. So in essence, that would bring electrical infrastructure directly to the airport, which would be phenomenal. We're also looking at potentially leveraging rural broadband. Business Oregon received close to $750 million for connectivity. And if we can leverage that for connectivity to some of our rural airports, or even offering our airports as places, depending on the airport master plan, places where they can place switching equipment for the ISPs, I think there's a win-win in those situations as well. The status on the EDA grant, working with our consultant, he's creating a 2-page summary of the project. We're hoping to get it tomorrow or early next week. And we'll be sure to share it out with the board members, as well as start socializing that with not only state agencies, but federal agencies, as well as some of the representatives and our elected officials. We had a great conversation with the mayor of Oak Ridge, and that went fantastic. And as well as Representative Conrad. That was a very productive conversation. And then I mentioned that we were going to talk with NASA. We had that conversation. And on November 17th, they're very interested. They're very interested in the project scope. They're tied up right now in another project, but we're going to continue discussions. And the consultant that we work with is very well known in the federal government and has worked with NASA in the past. So that's a bonus as well. I also had the opportunity to present before the Advanced Air Mobility Interagency Work Group, and that's at the federal level. The list included U.S. Department of Transportation, NASA, TSA, DHS, FEMA, the White House, NTIA, NOAA, Department of Energy, FAA, Department of Defense, Department of Labor, FCC, Department of Interior, USDA, and others. So it ran the gamut of federal government. And of course, at the local level, the local leaders are engaged and interested. I also want to mention, I had an opportunity to go down to Monterey last couple of days. I was able to meet with folks from the Office of the Secretary of Transportation. They're a highly automated systems group. So met with all of them. They're very interested in the project as well. And the other thing that I did was had an opportunity to speak with the head of aviation at FEMA. And then also had conversation with a person from Region 9 for FEMA. And they said, talk to us about grants. So there's significant interest there as well. Even though we're in Region 10, he said he'd be happy to reach out and talk to the folks in our region as well. And with that, that's my report. There's a lot of fun things happen in the agency. I will let Alex, Tony, and Kristen talk about some of the neat things that are happening. So they'll be covering some more additional information.
Okay.
Any questions?
Questions for Kenji? I'm very pleased to see that Oak Ridge project moving forward. That's
Yes.
great.
Yes.
Okay, if there are no questions for Kenji, then we'll move on to planning and programs manager update. And Alex.
Yes, thank you. Kristen is bringing it up. So I have a short presentation. This will be the first presentation that I've done for the board in this role. So I kept it pretty short and I left some time at the end for questions and just gathering some interest on what the board would like to see as valuable information in these presentations going forward. So thank you. Next slide, Kristen. So team, I think everybody here knows Andrea and I, Brandon Pike, our aviation planner, and then we do currently have a currently vacant role that will be assisting, working with me day to day on our payment maintenance program and our payment evaluation program. The idea would be to have that vacant position posted here for the next couple of days.
Quick thing for you. You notice a cat sitting in that vacant chair? So just as a heads up, our unofficial mascot is going to be a cat.
So
That's a big news.
one of the areas we've been working on quite a bit over the past 2 months, I suppose, is basically revisions to two of our current planning position descriptions. So one of the positions will be modified to include the PMP and the PPP, program coordination duties, along with some policy work with those. And that will be shared between our currently vacant position and myself. And the other position will be modified, revised to include some contract administration. And we'll get into some more details on that next couple of slides. But on the right there, you'll see basically what each of the four positions will do is coordinate one of the coordinators, ASAP, our grant programs, of course, PEP and PMP. The other coordinator position will also work in ASAP primarily, but contract administration and program budget. And then our planner, Brandon, planning, research analysis, and Kenji and I have been working with looking into what are our options for bringing GIS, an internal GIS person, and training that person to do GIS work for us. And then myself, pretty much everything, of the previous roles and a few other things, advanced aviation mobility, policy work, program work is fairly new to the agency, and then I'll be retaining the government external relations work. So, yep.
Do you have a GIS system, or would you tie into a state system with,
Yeah.
sorry, not to.
We'll be tying into a state system. We don't have one currently.
Thanks.
So another project we're working on, Oregon administrative rules. Chapter 738 is for the Department of Aviation. Currently, ODOT does our administrative rule coordination. And so we're bringing that back to an internal duty, part of our program. We will be able to retain just under $17,000 per biennium. And that'll, at least for the time being, that'll stay with me. I've done agency rules coordination for several years at the previous agency. So that's an easy transition for the time being. And Andrea and I, along with DOJ, are currently reviewing all of our ASAP rules just to provide some clarification, simplification of our rules. We have a couple of things that just, need to be simplified and clarified for our grantees and everybody's benefit. Contract administration, as I mentioned, this will be something new to one of our positions. So again, ODOT currently provides that. We bring that back internal, we'll retain about $158,000 per biennium. And the planned transition date scheduled for us is April 1st. With the agreement between us and ODOT that if we feel we need some additional time, we can extend that on a quarterly basis. If we feel we need some more training or transitional plans to do some more work, whatever that looks like, we can extend that as needed. And so that just provides us an opportunity for quicker turnaround time for projects, direct line of communication between our own internal team and us continuing to work with DOJ to see where we can improve upon any turnaround times over that $150,000 mark.
I'm going to be honest about this. I have asked you guys if there's an issue with DOJ turnaround. I've checked with agreements. They've all been turned around as we've gotten them. There's not anything outstanding. So, and I guess I am from DOJ. I want to address that because I honestly haven't been pointed to any contracts over the last couple of years that has had an issue with turnaround on our end. So I just feel like I want to make that clear.
Yeah, and we're not, targeting anybody specifically. It's just part of the bullet point. We're just part of the whole reason bringing the contract administration in-house is so we do have more, internal control over our turnaround time versus
with the ODOT. That just takes ODOT out of it. It doesn't. Sorry, I'm the.
Kind of sensitive over there.
Because it's wrong.
And then we are on our land use policy and procedures side. Brandon and I are members now, I suppose, of the DLCD, Department of Land Conservation and Development, led multi-state agency land use network. So our first meeting is next week on the 12th. We'll be attending that in person, and basically what that group is bringing anybody from any land use position at any stage, bringing us all together to really make sure we're on the same page on all these land use issues. It's new to me, so I'm still learning, and next week's meeting will be great. And then Brandon and I are also working with Stacy on just some land use policy work to make sure we have a clear message going forward on anything land use related. Is that one okay, Stacy?
Learning Oregon land use is a forever, perpetual.
Yeah.
That's the golden knowledge.
It's interesting though. I didn't know that was going on.
Which one? Oh, the DLCD.
Yeah.
It's pretty new. I don't know a lot about it either. Yeah, I just received an email actually here a few weeks ago. So it's new to me as well. So I'm happy and excited to participate, but I don't know what that's going to look like.
It'll be interesting, especially as you get into your state agency coordination stuff on the master plan adoption.
So you just fell into a lot of this.
It'll be fun.
So I also want to quickly note that the reason that we're doing the GIS thing is that we don't have any, in the system, we want to put all the airports in Oregon into GIS. And a lot of it we're getting from Aegis on the FAA side. But we also want to create, on the state airport side, sort of the approach surfaces in the non-state-owned airports as well, the airport surfaces into GIS. So for planning purposes, we can send the information, the GIS layers to the planners in the municipalities and counties. And when they start to do development, they can look at that surface in comparison to the proposed development. So there's efficiencies to be found through that. And then also through the airport master planning processes, it's good to have that GIS data as well, just so it just makes it easier. And you probably know the value of the GIS data. So I think getting more information out there to the public is a good thing. So I'm excited about it.
Great. Any other questions for Alex?
And is there anything that board would like to see in future presentations? Again, this is the first one I've done for the board. So I mean, if there is other statistics, updates, info, I know not great, but if not, send me an email of what you'd like to see at the next one. And
Do you, not so much for future updates, but bringing that work back in-house, I saw your work plan for how it's going to be divvied up. Do you anticipate, or do you think it's going to be acceptable workload? Or are you going to talk about FTE at some point, or?
at some point, but right now I'm confident it will be an acceptable workload.
Yeah, we're looking at how many, 5 or 6 contracts?
At any given point, we don't have a large amount of contracts available. So that's in here, and starting in mid-January, myself and whoever ends up doing this contract work will be attending basically 2 months worth of procurement and contract training. And so filling that position with somebody that really knows their stuff, I don't feel it's going to be very preparing for somebody in that role. You know, ODOT has dozens and dozens that they're doing at any given point, and they've been positive about this part of our contracts transitioning from them over to us, and it'll again just give us more of a hands-on direct, not just control, but I think just understanding how the whole process works and bringing up all that.
Yeah, kudos to you for bringing a couple of those program areas in-house. I think that's a great plan, not just for the cost savings, but also just a better understanding of how you're managing the organization.
The one critical component that we did talk about are lessons learned, because they used to be in-house, but it was taken out for specific reasons. And we're making sure that the right controls are in place, so the same issues that happened in the past will not happen again, especially the audit risk as well.
Right.
So it's the processes we're paying very close attention to.
Yeah, especially around contracts and procurement.
Yeah.
And just, I'm sure most other agencies do. It always seems like that's going to be the simplest and easiest, but I'll just tell you, it is not. That is usually where, that is usually the big time consumer. And so, just, it's obviously your team and your staff to plan, but just from personal experience, you have a lot of other things that you are, still going to do. And don't be afraid, I think, at some point to look at your FTE count and see if that really is the most appropriate for it.
And I think that's a very important point. As we get a handle on it, then we can see in terms of a strategic plan where we need to be and if we need to make any adjustments.
Are these agreements also going to come back in next?
Those have been.
Because the last one I did went through that.
Yeah.
The agency uses ODOT's templates, but they are in-house.
Because I had to mail it to them.
Certain components of leasing and financial services are done through it.
Okay, thank you so much, Alex. And we will move on to the financial manager updates.
All right. Okay, so for my update today, I am going to go over the annual report with you. So this is one of our statutes, is we put together an annual report for the board every year. And so we used to put together a really large report for the board. And we've streamlined it over the last few years, so you probably can appreciate that. So we've made it a lot easier to read and smaller and more of like a snapshot.
of our agency. And so then we can also use it as outreach to people. We put it on our website. We can use it with legislators to show them a little bit about our agency. This is the cover page. So I had fun this year. I got to look through all of Kenji's pictures, his drone pictures, and pick out the best ones for the report. So that was fun. So right here is Pacific City. So